Mhm.
Yep, okay, yep.
Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call the November 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. We'll start off with roll call members of the Board of Education. Dr. Marino.
Present.
Trustee Perez. Present. Trustee Contreras.
Present.
Trustee Lafarga.
Present.
Mejia, present. We'll go ahead and go on to item number 2, public comments on closed session items. Dr. Villegas, do we have any comments?
No, we don't. We don't have any comments for, public comments for closed session.
Thank you. With that, prior to adjourning the closed session, I do want to state that we have, there's 5 items on closed session. Item 4A, student discipline. 4B, student discipline. 4C, conference with labor negotiators. 4D, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. And finally, 4E, public employee appointment. With that, we'll adjourn to closed session.
Start aging like presidents do.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see a full house today. We had lots of recognitions. We're very happy to have you all here. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Education on November 7th. We'll go ahead and start with the mission statement. Students will be challenged to become college and career ready and lifelong learners. The El Rancho Unified School District will actively partner with the community as a leading educational institution that provides a technology-rich and innovative learning environment for all students. Okay, we'll go ahead and start with 5A, roll call. Members of the Administrative Cabinet, Dr. Marco Villegas.
Present. Dora Soto Delgado,
Present.
Dean Cochran. Present. Jasmine Chavez Diaz is in the back. Present. Celia Castañon, not in right now. Dr. Virginia Kelson.
Present.
Yolanda Rodriguez Padilla.
Present. Thank you, Dr. Villegas. And prior to item 5B, I'd just like to remind everyone, si necesitan traducción, tenemos aquí a alguien para interpretar. La señora Hernández. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and go on to item 5B, Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Villegas.
Yes, we are happy here to have someone lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance from our elementary school. So I think we have the principal of Rivera. She's here. She is Ms. Renteria. Welcome. Come on in. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes back.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mrs. Renteria Estrada. I'm the proud principal at Rivera Elementary, and I'm here today to introduce one of our awesome Eagles and student scholar. But I did prepare something because she is so amazing that I've been waiting for this night so that I can just show her off to the world. She's a 5th grader though, so I know this is my last year with her. Atair is the definition of an awesome Eagle. She is kind-hearted, humble, funny, responsible, respectful, and a born leader. Over the last 4 years, I've had the pleasure of having a front row seat to her success at Rivera. From the moment we met when she was a 1st grader in Mr. Gaydon's class, I knew she was meant for greatness. Her excitement for school and learning is truly contagious. Then in 2nd grade, despite the distance due to remote learning, she thrived with Mrs. Garcia. I remember having the opportunity of visiting her at her house to provide her the Student of the Month award. And just seeing all her joy made us all happy because it was clear that she was committed and eager to achieve in everything that she set her mind to. In 3rd grade, she was once again an all-star in Mrs. Oberg's class. She was one of few students to score 4 in both parts of the CAS that year. And despite it being the 1st year back after more than a year and a half of distance learning. And then last year, she blossomed with Mrs. Hernandez. She was one of our student leaders on the student council, and she served as a role model for her classmates by joining the prestigious Million Word Club. She once again exceeded expectations and earned 4s on both of the portions of the CAS. She was recently recognized for having a perfect score. This year, she's already making strides in the Shigoyas class. She was elected into our Avid Leaders Council and helps keep all of our school informed by being responsible for the early morning announcements and serving as a morning greeter. She is only one of 2 Eagles that has earned the great recognition of Eagle of the Year 3 times in a row. It started 3 years ago. She is also a student who goes above and beyond all that she does, but her aspirations are what make me so excited for her future. She plans on attending Harvard or Stanford. She's not decided yet. She has time. And she plans on becoming a lawyer. And I know I speak for the Rivera community when I say that we have no doubt she will succeed in all that she sets her mind to, because her tenacious spirit and her positive attitude will continue to open doors for her. I'm so proud of you, Ataid, and I can't wait to see you making the best of 5th grade.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Let me tell you why I love being an Eagle. Rivera Elementary is an amazing school. Principal, teachers, staff, and students are all wonderful, polite, and always willing to help when needed. My teachers so far have been super cool and have helped me become a better student. I've been Eagle of the Year 3 times in a row, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, and I'm working hard to become Eagle of the Year once more. My dream is to attend either Stanford or Harvard University and become a lawyer. Rivera Elementary, you will always have a special place in my heart. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ataid, we are so proud of you. Simply amazing. You're a scholar, you're a leader, and continue to have those big goals. They are definitely attainable, and I know that you're going to be able to reach them.
So we have a very nice certificate for you, so please come up and join us for a quick picture and give you a certificate. Please come on up. Let's give it another round of applause. Well said.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the adoption of the agenda. Item 6A. Dr. Gigas, are there any changes to the agenda?
We do have some minor changes, and both Mr. Cochran and Dr. Kelsey will be adjusted.
Madam President, item 8A, presenting tonight for El Rancho High School is Ayanada Flores. Item 8B, presenting for Ruben Salazar High School is Arissa Sanchez. And we need to change the date on item 20B. Future board meeting date will be December 12th, not 19th, December 12th, 2023.
Thank you. With that, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second. Moved by trustee LaFarga, seconded by Dr. Marino.
We do have another, one more.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas and President Mejia. In the consent agenda, item 17F Frank 4(1)H. Change the number 4 to the number 1. And please insert the name and effective date. Garcia Demi, 11/13/23. And please pull the other 3 placeholders. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and restate as amended. Moved by trustee LaFarga, seconded by trustee Dr. Marino. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 7, report of actions taken in closed session. Dr. Villegas.
Yes, we do have one reported action in closed session. The board took action to approve the release of employment of one probationary classified cafeteria helper, one identified by number 23240502. The roll call vote as follows. Motion by Dr. Marino, seconded by Mr. LaFarga, and 5 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. We'll go ahead and move on to item 7A, student discipline pursuant to education code 35146 or 8918. Is there a motion for this item? Is there a second? Second. Moved by trustee Contreras, seconded by Dr. Marino. We'll do a roll call vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga?
Yes.
Mejia votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Item 7D, student discipline pursuant to education code 35146. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by trustee Contreras. Roll call vote. Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee LaFarga?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Mejia votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item 8A is student report ASB El Rancho High School representing Ariana Flores.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ayana Flores, Arancho's High School's ASB Secretary. I'm happy to report in the month of October, we had multiple events starting off with our senior nights. We recognized all of our fall sports seniors, including girls volleyball, boys water polo, girls tennis, girls golf, cross country, and football, including band, sound, cheer, and sports medicine. Our final home football game was our annual pink out game, with our ASB working hard to make us decorated for breast cancer awareness. After all the senior nights we had on campus wide, our PBIS Red Ribbon Week, the Spirit Days, and a door decorating contest. Congratulations to our winners chair and Mrs. Martinez for winning the Pizza Party. We also had a campus-wide Spooky Week, Spirit Week, and Halloween costume contest. Students and staff showcased the different festive costumes. Our Spirit Week ended with celebrating Dia de los Muertos and welcoming the fall to our campus. Our seniors took their class 24 pictures in the quad. Our superintendent student advisory group continues to meet during lunch with Dr. Villegas and with our admin team. We end our month of activities with our fall dodgeball tournament during lunch. The Jingles won the competition. The following week, they challenged the teacher team. Our high school staff team beat the Jingles 2 out of 3 games. Thank you for your time and go Dons.
Thank you for the wonderful report. Item 8B, representing Salazar High School, Elizabeth Sanchez.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, cabinet members, teachers, direct staff, and community members. I hope you are all doing well this evening. My name is Arissa Sanchez. I am the ASB president at Ruben Salazar High School. I am here tonight due to our ASB spokesperson, Ashley Ceballos, being unable to make it tonight. I would like to share a few events that are happening on our campus. On October 20th, Salazar took part in the California Shakeout. The earthquake and evacuation drill was practiced by our school as well as other programs on campus. It was a great opportunity to learn what to do before, during, and after an earthquake. On October 24th, about 50 of our students took part in a field trip to the Holocaust Museum. Our students even had the privilege of meeting a Holocaust survivor. Red Ribbon Week was held at Salazar from October 23rd to October 27th in order to raise awareness of drug prevention and the impacts that drugs have on people in today's society. We had representatives during lunch from Helpline Youth Counseling and LACADA. On October 31st, our campus hosted Halloween activities. During the celebrations, Salazar students took part in a mummy contest, numerous games, activities, and treats. On Thursday, November 2nd, we celebrate Dia de los Muertos. At Salazar High School, all students were invited to see our school's altar and were given a piece of pan dulce that was donated by PrEP, our school's after-school program. Tomorrow, 50 Salazar students will be attending a PrEP field trip to Gulf and Sub, myself included. We are halfway through the second quarter. Next Thursday, November 16th, we will have our second quarter parent conferences. As we get closer to the end of the year, we gratefully pause to wish you a warm and happy Thanksgiving. May the good things of life be yours, not only on Thanksgiving, but throughout the coming year. Everyone at Salazar High School would like to thank all of you for everything you do for our students. We appreciate your hard work and wish you a very happy and safe Thanksgiving. Have a great rest of the night.
Ariana and Arissa, both of you are more than welcome to stay. Thank you again for your wonderful report, but if you need to leave, if you have homework, please feel free to do so. If you'd like to stay, please do so as well. This time we'll go ahead and go on to item number 9A, recognition of students participating in the STEAM Academy Running Club. Davis?
Yes, so we are really proud of this group of students that we are about to recognize today. You know, we have, running is one of those things that not everybody likes. And it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of perseverance, and a lot of desire to make things happen. So many great things happen. It's not only a healthy aspect of it, but it gives you strength of mind. And it just makes you just stronger in so many aspects. So, it's kind of ironic because this is a running club at steam, and that's picking up so much steam, and you can feel it in the whole community. So we're really proud of all the things that are happening. So, Mr. Honorable, I see you walking up. So coming up, let's give Mr. Honorable a big round of applause. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. District officials, board, Ms. Mejia, thank you for inviting us out this evening to recognize the running club. STEAM Academy Running Club was created by Mr. Joshua Prey in 2016 and has evolved. It has evolved into a thriving community that has touched the lives of students in extraordinary ways. It has become a vibrant hub of activity and stands as a testament to the power of perseverance, dedication, and the pursuit of a healthy lifestyle. It's a place where our students not only shed the weight of the world, but also discover their inner strength and resilience. They embark on a journey of self-discovery, uncovering their hidden athletic potential while fostering their mental and emotional well-being through the wonders of physical exercise. Through early morning runs and weekend sessions, our students experience the magic of camaraderie, support, and personal growth. This club, born from single vision, has grown into involve parents and community members, securing essential funding and providing opportunities for our students to participate in running events. It's dynamic, student-centric environment where we learn, grow, and challenge ourselves daily. Though the spotlight often shines on Mr. Perea, our devoted running club coach, it's essential to recognize that his passion and unwavering commitment have not just transformed the club, but the lives of our students. He, alongside all the incredible members of this community, has propelled us towards healthier, more empowered lives. The running club has taken our students on an incredible journey, and we celebrate the countless accomplishments of our students, the power of teamwork, and the endless potential that each one of us possesses. We cherish and applaud the growth, achievements, and dreams that this club ignites in our students. Some of the races that we've completed so far this year: Homeboy Industries 5K, where 40 runners participated, OC Grit Cross Country Meet, where 35 runners participated. Foundation for Interscholastic Youth, or FIA, cross-country meet where 44 runners participated. The Mount Sac cross-country race where 53 runners participated and 2 earned medals. The FIA cross-country meet number 2, where the boys in 7th and 8th grades earned first out of 30 schools. The girls in 7th and 8th grades earned second place. Girls in 6th and 5th grade earned second place, and the boys in 6th and 5th grade earned 5th place as well. They've also participated in the Whittier Spectacular and the FIA cross country meet number 3. We'd like to recognize each member. Mr. Daniel Aguirre. Liliana Almanza. Lila Arzola Perez. Nevea Arzola Perez. Lisa Rodriguez. Isabella Cabrera. Matthew Calderon. Camila Camarillo. Ariana Carvajal. Eric Cardenas. Kylie Cardenas. Amara Castellanos. Muriel Castro. Julian Chavez. Benaya Coronado. Aiden Diaz. Isabel Dueñas. Jason Esparza. Pause there for quite a while. There's about 45 total, but they're not gonna fit.
We're gonna do a full picture outside.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys could.
Yes, and let me leave my place though.
Okay, so we're gonna have students exit that way, please. Follow this line.
We're gonna meet right outside on the track. If we're gonna. Let's get on the set.
Right, Kiana Flores. Mary Garcia. Rebecca Garcia. Aiden Gomez. Lea Gonzalez. Ethan Gonzalez. Francisco Gonzalez. Javier Gonzalez. Jake Guzman. Diego Hernandez. Isaac Ibarra. Nicholas Ibarra Gomez. Casey Johnson. Michelle King. Tatiana Portuguese. Miranda Landa. Emilio Lemos. Jasmine Lemos Benitez. Leilani Leon. Kayla Lim. Axel Lopez. No, okay.
You guys are going to start to take a good look at everybody. It's where the steps lie, okay? With the one that gets the steps. Go and make the steps and take one that gets with everybody.
One or two more drinks. Okay. Hannah Lopez. Lily Lopez. Sarah Lopez. Cochi Lopez Ventura. Marcos Lozano. Nicole Lozano. Isabel Medina. Alan Miranda Cortez. Luna Montes Gutierrez. Marcos Munoz. Alyssa Nava. Brianna Jimenez. Maria Olvera. Amanda Orozco. Eva Pantoja. Jimmy Frescado. Jenna Ruiz. Christopher Sanabria. Eric Trujillo. Jordan Valverde. Malaya Paga.
You might do IB first and then do.
5 minute recess.
Okay. These are the kids that are on their way to the.
Thank you for your patience. That was an incredible, to have so many students here, and we're so proud of them, getting up. I think that they're at school at 6:45 in the morning, shows a lot of dedication, and it's wonderful to see so many parents out here. I hope that they continue to support their kids all the way through high school, just like that. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 7B, recognition of Alvarado High School International Baccalaureate Diploma candidates. Dr. Diaz.
Yes, thank you so much. It's really wonderful to recognize all of these students, and this particular batch of students are students who are currently part of the International Baccalaureate program. And I just want you to know, the International Baccalaureate program is really one of the most demanding programs out there for scholars in academics for students that are in high school level. And so the fact that these students are on their way, they're candidates to being able to complete all the prerequisite courses to qualify to be a diploma recipient, hopefully at the end of the year, is really a testament of their commitment to their academics, to the school, and to themselves. And so to tell us a little bit more about that, we have Mr. Granado, who is the principal. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Villegas, and Cabinet members, and all of our guests. Thank you for the opportunity once again to honor our students and to support them along the way as they continue to work hard. As Dr. Villegas mentioned, the students that will be recognized this evening are members of the IB program and their diploma candidates. Before we recognize them, I would like to recognize our teachers who are here. We have some teachers who are here, and they've been part of that trajectory. They've worked with our students in different capacities over the last 4 years. All of our students are seniors, and so I would like for us to recognize our teachers who are here as well. You guys could just raise your hand, let us know you're here, and let's give them a hand. I would like to also recognize the families and parents who are here with them. Without their support, without their work, as Dr. Villegas mentioned, this is a hard program. It is difficult. It requires a lot. And our students do all sorts of things, and they balance a very difficult lifestyle as students academically and also extracurricular. But they also have the support of parents behind them, and I would like to acknowledge their presence here and their work as parents. But also like to give time now to the coordinator. She drives our IB program. So let's welcome Ms. Qureshi.
Good evening, board members. I haven't been here in a while, but I would like to introduce a little bit about the IB program for our families that are here. It is a renowned worldwide for its commitment for fostering global mindedness and academic excellence. And it's a holistic approach, and I think it really does fit our community in Pico Rivera. And one of the things that is so important to our community is our families and our students, and they're all here tonight. And in many capacities, this kind of exemplifies the IB program. We just had our 5-year evaluation, which went wonderfully. And before I acknowledge the students, I wanted to mention that we were given kudos for the fact that our staff and our students collaborate with each other on many levels, and the fact that our school board pays for all of our exams. That was a huge kudos. Other districts do not do that, and they recognize that during our evaluation. They also recognize the fact that we have UDL and we're removing barriers for all students, as well as our one-to-one technology in the classroom. student collaboration and our SEL programs for the Oasis Room has really just been phenomenal for our school and for our community. And it was recognized by the IB evaluation team, and I wanted to mention that to the board to let them know that all of the support and funding that they put into our community and our family and our students has really paid off. I would like to say that these kids have worked super hard. A couple things about the program is they have to take 3 higher level courses. That's over a 2-year. They're also taking 3 standard level courses. They're here for 0 period. And the fact that they have to do community service as well as an extended essay. And they also have to do 2 years of a theory of knowledge class, which is about learning and teaching as well. Our students, when they do receive the diploma, will receive 24 points if they pass, and I know they will. I'm keeping positive thoughts out there, but when they do receive the full diploma, they get 30 credits for their university. So they go in as a sophomore, which is a huge deal for many of our parents, and it saves a lot of money in the end. But I'd like to now recognize our students. So I'm going to go ahead and read out their names. And I'm just going to go in alphabetical order. Skylar Purcell. Luis Briseño. David Chipres. Valeria Flores Ortega. Erica Gonzalez. Noel Gonzalez. Liliana Limas. Monique Magana. Madison McIntyre. Nadine Helliman. Karen Ramos. And Crystal Villaseñor.
Padres, por favor, accredited parents, please join your children.
So you can fill in on the, like, she has a nice white. Yes. Please. Brothers, also welcome. You could already recognize.
Your little brother right there. Oh, yeah, so you got it. Yeah. Mommy, we can't see you in the back. You're there, you're right there.
Hold on.
Oh, perfect. You ready? Ready, wait for coming.
Ms. Correction. Ms. Correction.
You for coming, it's a very proud moment for you guys all.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the board for all the hard work.
good for you, something
Program.
nice to
The opportunity
There you
for
go.
students to have this type of rigor. It's simply amazing and, Mr. Goenaga, thank you and administrators as well for supporting this program and for putting so much time and effort into this program. We really appreciate it. And just one suggestion, if we can, I know that, it's a small group, but it's a mighty group. And if they could speak maybe to the middle schools, that way they could inspire other students, I think that'd be great. Thank you for the consideration. But wait, there's more. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 9C, recognition of Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, Director of Student Support Services. Drum roll.
Why, thank you for that drum roll. And if I may, Kevin, we're really proud of this moment right here. Because I don't think in recent memory, Rancho Unified School District has been honored with having a cabinet member of the year for the county. And so this year, Doris Delgado was selected by the County of Los Angeles, County Office of Education as cabinet member of the year. And so that means there's 80 districts in the entire county, various sizes, large and small, but out of all of the people that were up for this nomination, she was selected, and really for the work that she has done and for the work that she continues to do here for our district. And so just to say a few of her accomplishments, they're profound and they've made a big impact in programs in El Rancho. Many of the programs that are now in place in many schools across the county were started in our schools. Dora is a true champion of mental health, having spearheaded the development of comprehensive programs that have made profound difference in the lives of countless students across the country. And her dedication to this cause has set a benchmark for other districts to follow. Dora has taken a lead in implementing positive behavior interventions and supports, creating a positive and nurturing school environment that paves the way for student success. Her exceptional efforts have not only set high standards, but have also inspired others to emulate her exemplary work. Ensuring that safety of our schools is of paramount importance, and Dora's tireless commitment to this aspect is truly commendable. She has worked relentlessly to guarantee that our schools remain secure havens for our students and learn to thrive. Dora's ability to cultivate partnerships with numerous agencies across the state and the country really is a testament of the collaborative spirit. These partnerships have not only enriched the support systems available to our students, but have also elevated the overall educational experience. Her proficiency in applying for many grants has also secured lots of funding for our school district. And, you know, we are fortunate that many of the programs that we have are a result of her hard work. One of the most outstanding achievements is the development of the Wellness Center at the high school. This facility has become a beacon of hope and a sanctuary for students seeking mental health and support. Dora Soto Delgado's tireless dedication to the students of Los Angeles County makes her truly deserving recipient of the Student Support Service Cabinet Member of the Year Award. Her tireless work has positively impacted the lives of countless students and has enriched our educational community. We are fortunate to have her as a leader and an advocate, and I'm deeply proud to recognize her remarkable contributions today. Thank you, Dora, for your dedication and service to our students of El Rancho. Big round of applause.
I can talk. Thank you very much. I'm humbled and definitely honored by this recognition. I think any one of these deserving people up here in cabinet that are my team members deserve the same thing. I don't do anything special other than what they do. I don't call this a job. It's my passion. It's my love for the students in the community and my team that really makes that commitment to be there to support students and families every day. But thank you so much for honoring me and for this recognition. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Villegas, I'm not sure if you mentioned the golden bell that she also brought to the district. So I just want to make sure to highlight that as well.
That was in 2021. Yes. You will.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 10, Labor Association reports. Carry on.
Good evening, Arancho community. I'm Lilia Carrion, president of Arancho Federation of Teachers. First of all, I have to personally thank Dora. Dora takes my phone calls and hears my rants. All of you hear my rants, but you very patient with my, and she's always willing to work with the RT to always ensure the safety of our community. And she, if you know Dora, if you need her to be a crossing guard, she's a crossing guard. If you need her to be a parking attendant, she's out there helping move cars along. But if you need her to take care of kids, she's one of the best advocates for kids. So we're very blessed to have you. Thank you, Dora. On another, again, I'm gonna be positive. Last week or the last 2 weeks, our teachers have been hosting harvest festivals. And it's just been so impressive of the work of our parents, our teachers, our principals. It's just was amazing to see what went on these last few days, last week. As one teacher said, boy, man, this was like a 12-hour day. I got here at 7 and I was here until 8 o'clock. And that just shows you the dedication of our members and the support of our community to help with the fundraisers. So thank you to our staff for what they do. Also, the IB, I know being, working at Rancho many years ago, it feels like ages since I've been on that campus as an educator, but that takes a lot of work. And when I was there, putting a new program together is not an easy task, but we're very blessed also by our staff at the high school and the district supporting a valuable program. So thank you, district personnel. I know on the agenda, you'll be voting on our bonuses. So we hope that the board votes yes. Thank you for the district for working with the ERT. We are in the process. We hope to start negotiations in 2 weeks, hopefully in 2 weeks. And that you continue to be gracious of showing support for our members, of the dedication that they have for this district and for the students in this district. So keep them in mind. Our proposal will be very fair, but we want you to pay our members for what they deserve. We also are looking forward to, now on a serious note, I haven't had the opportunity to meet with our chief of police, but I know that's on my checklist. But we really need to seriously think about the safety of our students. We're having a little bit, some issues. And we hope that the board supports our chief of police in enacting what is necessary to keep our kids safe. And we have a task. And I hope to call you, Mr. Chief Carrillo, that we need to figure out what is going to move things along to keep our people safe. I know some of our teachers have been, hurt. Kids have been hurt. And we really need to make that our #1 priority. I know that Dr. Villegas has been meeting with me weekly. They've been very fruitful discussions, but we still need to really work towards keeping everyone safe. Our ranch is a great place to come to school. It's a great community, and we want to continue that legacy. Also, on a little note, I'd like to congratulate. Are you Miss Perez? Did you keep your name? What are you? What are you? Are you a modern woman and are you Miss Perez? All right. Congratulations on your marriage. We wish you much happiness in your new adventures with your spouse. So congratulations. And most importantly, we want to thank, this week or Friday or this weekend, we'll be celebrating Veterans Day. And that is also a time to thank the individuals who devoted their life to the safety of this country and to protect democracy. Also, we want to acknowledge we have quite a few employees in the district that are vets. Their first career was being in the military, and their second career here is to fight for our Kendall. I'm sorry, Kendall. They were pointing. Thank you. We have 2 individuals, but they chose. They chose their second career to battle kids. I don't know. I mean, no, honestly, so they continue to show support for our country, but also now their new careers is making our city wonderful and to protect our kids. But again, I'm kind of rambling now, so I'll stop. But thank you. And so I don't think we have a meeting. We have one more meeting before Thanksgiving? No. So I wish this is also a month to show how grateful we are. We're grateful for the people that we work with. I know I'm very blessed that I have a great school board cabinet that does listen to our concerns. I am grateful for the employees that we have, our members. They do a phenomenal job. And so, in the next few, weeks, thank someone and show how grateful you are to be here at Rancho. and be grateful for your families. And be grateful for the lives that we have here in this country. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion. Do we have a CNCA report today? With that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 11, public comments, items on the agenda, blue comment cards.
We do not have any blue comment cards at this time.
We'll move on to item number 12, public comments, items not on the agenda, yellow comment cards.
We do have two. First is Lee Squire.
Lee Squire, City of Downey, President and Board, we the people of Pico Rivera. First, General Manager Alex Rojas, Central Basin Municipal Water District. I proudly served him on yesterday a court order to show cause for a contempt of court on a preliminary injunction. It was both against him and Board President Arturo Chacon. This is nothing more than arrogance and defiance of our court system. Second, Pico Water District, they are now aware of the El Rancho lawsuit and the deceit and dishonesty that brought Alex Rojas from Bassett to El Rancho, and now he's parked himself, unfortunately, at your Central Basin Water District, which is now the focus of my attention by the grace of God. I also want to state, third, that in light of public safety for our children, I'd like you to please consider arming the school police. I spoke with the Montebello School Police Officer. They are armed. I live in Downey and I work in Brea. These cities' police departments are the school resource officers for the respective school districts. It's not about El Rancho. It's just, I don't know if it's the sign of the times and whatever, but all I can say is God help us. I also want to say I'm very grateful for, again, seeing all these children with their achievements. I want to thank the students, the parents, but I want to thank all of you staff members. I was just absolutely thrilled again. God bless Israel. God bless America. God bless my military and my veterans, and God bless local policing their families across America. Thank you very much. And I'd like to hand over a copy of the court order that I served on Alex Rojas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Squire, and thank you for your service.
Next, we have Chuck Stelter.
It is said a man hasn't died. It is said a man hasn't died as long as he is remembered. I want to thank the board for the support that they gave. In August, I met with you in regards to including the 27 young men who sacrificed their lives in Vietnam. And they have all been put into the El Rancho Hall of Fame. Tremendous move by this board and their support. And I've talked to other Gold Star family members, and they are overwhelmed that their family members are remembered. They have not died, they are now remembered, and they are alive in all of our minds and all of our hearts. And I thank you so much for what you've done. This is just a start, though, in regards to things that we need to consider. First, let me just say, I've been away from Pico Rivera since 1997. I graduated 55 years ago, older than most of you, from El Rancho High School. And we have a history and a legacy that's tremendous. Those kids that are coming from kindergarten through high school need to know that history, need to know that legacy. Eugene Obregon, whose school was named after him, every year, every classroom should know his story. We're about to have Veterans Day, and we have so many veterans that are here in this city that have gone through this school. They have stories. Unfortunately, we've lost the stories of almost most of them from World War II, the Korean War, and now those who are in Vietnam are disappearing. One of the things I would recommend that the school board and that the school looks at, interviewing and recording those stories so that they can be shared with the generations that come up. Again, this is our history. This is our legacy. It can't be forgotten. One of the things that I've noticed over the last couple of years, there's a Walmart in the Inland Empire that I go by, and they have the pictures of people of young men and women from the community who are currently serving in the military. And this is at a Walmart. Why can't it be done in the El Rancho Unified School District, in El Rancho High School, that we have their pictures? These are individuals that our kids can look up to. They are doing something spectacular, and they are still alive, and let's celebrate that. And then in terms of Veterans Day and Memorial Day, make it a day of history as we approach those days. Spend an hour in class going over the history of those special holidays and relate the stories of individuals who are veterans or those who have sacrificed their lives for this country. That's our history. That's our legacy that needs to be continued. And again, all I can stress is there is a need to stress our own history. We are so rich in history in Tigre Rivera, from Pio Pico being the last governor of California, Spanish governor of California, to the individuals that have gone through this school district and who have made a name for themselves, for the city, and for the El Rancho Unified School District. We need to be proud. We need to tell our history. I also, unfortunately, is not here tonight. I want to thank Raul Elias, who is behind, again, being able to have the 27 inducted into the El Rancho Hall of Fame. And again, it is a tremendous honor. And it was a privilege for me to receive this from my brother. And the other Gold Star parents or family members I'm talking to feel much the same way. And on their behalf, I thank all of you. And I thank you for caring. And one final thing, I'm so proud of what I saw here tonight. 55 years ago, as I say, I graduated, and we didn't have half of these things. What you have brought, what you have here is tremendous. And it is something to be very proud of. It's something that should be in all the newspapers, that this is a school district that cares for its students, for its teachers, and for those who have graduated or have been in the past a part of this school district. And again, I thank you all. May God bless all of you.
Thank you so much for your comments and for your suggestions. We'll definitely follow up.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it for today.
Okay. This time we'll go ahead and move on to item number 13, information items. 13A, presentation of the El Rancho Unified School District annual report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Good evening. Good evening, President Mejia, Board of Trustees, Cabinet Superintendent. I'd like to introduce Jennifer Prado, who is our CBOC chairperson. And we're catching up and bringing to you this presentation for us to be in compliance with the CBOC requirements. And we will be bringing for consent at the next board meeting for your approval.
Hello, everybody. Long time since I've been here. No. I don't know. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so We were just presented with this over the last two meetings, and I am honestly happy to say, because I've been following the CBOC for many years, that I am thrilled to be on a committee where we're finally moving forward. So thank you for getting that all together, and we do appreciate it. So our first one is our first page here is on page 2. It's the Measure EE. And in short, at the bottom, it's just going to show you that large blue circle is going to show you how many funds we actually have available to us that have not actually been pulled yet. And then the other two are the funds that have actually already been authorized to the school district for use. And then if you go up towards the top, it'll show you what the EE is actually designated for, which is usually going to be for your computers, classroom technology, vocational technology, provide improvements to better maintain the school districts and renewable energy and such. Moving on to page 3 is going to be the Measure ER. And that is going to be more for repairing and replacing roofs, wiring, electrical, plumbing, maintenance issues of that sort. Again, same type of pie chart at the bottom. That purple is going to be funds that we have available to us that we have not actually pulled yet. And then the rest of the funds are things that have already been authorized for us and already in use. Moving over to page 4, that's us. The picture at the bottom is our new CBOC committee, but this report is actually for 22-23, so you might notice that the names are a little off. But I am the chair this year, and I have Ken Cook as my co-chair. And I also have Desi Ortega, Jorge Mata, Guadalupe Diaz, Maria Restrepo, and Adam Lara as our committee. And I am proud to say that I'm happy to work with every single one of them. We have a lot of great ideas, people paying attention, and it's been an amazing group. So that is us. Moving on to page 5. This is just going to show you for the top one, Measure A and EE. A has already been finalized, but EE and ER are the funds that we still have coming in. And it's going to show you on the left. So the left and the right columns actually are the same amounts, but it's going to show you what was generated versus what was used and how much money is still left over. So we do still have the $816,000 left from the Measure A and EE combined. And then on the bottom is the same type of chart for Measure ER. And that's the one where we haven't used a ton of the funds yet. Those were those big chunks of the pie chart that haven't been used. So we do still have money allocated that we still need to pull. All right, moving on. This chart is going to show you some of the projects that have already been completed on the campuses, just to show the community that we are moving forward. I know it seems slow, and I know a lot of the communities like, hey, when are we going to see this? When are we going to see this? There are a ton of projects that a lot of people don't even know about that have already been completed. So this is just going to give them an overall view of everything that has already been completed by the school district with those funds that have been pulled. Moving on to 7, I don't know how many community members, I'm sure you guys have all been there, seen the middle school locker rooms. They are quite amazing. So this project has actually already been completed. These are a couple of our pictures. I know the one at STEAM is absolutely amazing. When you're inside, if it's a rainy day, there is no excuse. Those kids are still working. They're doing weightlifting, they're doing aerobics, they're inside, and there's room for the entire class inside. So what you guys have done with this and what we've approved for it has been amazing. So this is just a couple of pictures from the middle school locker room project. Moving on to page 8, it's kind of a boring picture, but we are in the demo project of the aquatic center. It is proposed to be finished by, it says winter of 2025, which confused a lot of people, but it's around March of 2025 is what we're looking at. And it just shows the process of what everything's going to be included in that project when it is complete. And then I don't know if you guys look at the very front of your book, there's actually a picture of a mock-up of what it's going to look like. And I'm really excited to see that. So it's weird that you get excited over these things, right? All right, moving on to page 9. Measure EE and ER. This is where we're going to be, the new project is going to be the high school stadium and the sports field. We're finally moving forward with that. We got our blue turf authorization. And again, boring picture, we're in the demo stage and grading and all that fun stuff right now. So hopefully, knock on wood, we'll be able to move forward pretty quick with that and start seeing some progress. But again, that is scheduled to be completed in March of 2025.
This is the one that's near and dear to my heart. I'm an elementary school aficionado here. Page 10, this is our modernization of the multipurpose rooms. Really looking forward to this one. It just went into DSA. We talked to the architects. We got everything nailed down. Everybody's on the same page. And for those who don't know, we kind of had to go backwards a little bit on this because there was a notice that there was no equality across the district in the fact that Rivera did not have a stage. So we did have to add in that stage for Rivera, and then the new architects that came in had noticed a couple of changes. One being that sound was not gonna be a great sound quality. While the rooms were gonna look amazing, we weren't gonna have great sound quality. So they brought in some changes and recommendations. Everybody's on the same page, and this project has now gone to DSA. So we're now just waiting for DSA to approve it so that we can move forward on this project. And then last but not least, we are super excited about this one. We have our website landing page now. For anybody who's listening and doesn't know how to get to this page, you're gonna go to erusd.org, and then under the submenus, you're gonna click on our district. And then under that, you're gonna click on facilities, and that's where you're gonna find the landing page for all of these projects. This particular one is being put forward for you guys to approve. Once it's approved, all of the information is 100% transparent and will be posted to those pages for the entire community to be able to research and look at and ask questions and be involved. So we're super excited that this website's coming a long way. I know that was one of the things that was recommended before my time, and we're looking at it now. And most of the information's there. We're just waiting for the new stuff to be approved, and then we'll update that as well. So happy to say that we are 100% on board for the being in compliance with the state of California. And all of the current projects are authorized under Measure EE and Measure ER. And that is what we have for you. Does anyone have any questions?
Paolo, thank you so much for the presentation of the annual report. As you mentioned, we haven't been in compliance, but now we are. We have a full CBOC, and Ms. Padilla, thank you for, working with CBOC as well and supporting them. Because, again, we haven't had a report.
It's you and I appreciate it.
Yes, we were back on CBOC.
And big shoes to fill.
We're on the spot.
Yes. Yeah, so we thank you for your hard work. We thank you for being here today, and I'll open it up to see if the rest of the board has any questions. Ready?
Just comment, since I've been on the board, that was the best presentation that I've seen that just goes into details, has the visuals, and just gets to the point. So I just want to applaud you all for working on that. Thank you for that. And then my only suggestion, once the website comes out, if we can maybe put like QR codes along, and this is Dr. Vegas for you, if maybe possible, we can put QR codes for more information, because we can create the website, but if we don't get it out there, so maybe a QR code is somewhere on the project so that people can learn a little bit more information. But thank you again. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I just want to echo our comments. It was like, you covered everything so succinctly that I don't have any questions, but the information is thorough that you provided in the presentation. So I appreciate the hard work and energy behind this, and I'm glad that we are in compliance. The website's up. So I was checking as you were speaking, I'm like, it's there for everybody to see.
Yes.
So that's even better. So yeah, thank you so much for the presentation.
Ms. Prado, thank you so much for the presentation. I do have one question. The report, will it be updated monthly or every time after you meet, or how will the report be updated as far as the expenditures?
Online. That would be Ms. Gia.
So we, as part of our continuous improvement process for our district, we are going to be making everything visible on our website. And each of these reports will be available to the public on our website. As you are aware, currently, we do bring all expenditures monthly to the board.
Thank you. And again, for the presentation that you did, Ms. Prado, there's 3 ex-CBOC board members here, so hopefully in the future that may mean something for you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, yes, having served on the CBOC for probably 4 years, I do know how much time all CBOG members invest, and it is all voluntary. So it is just wonderful. And again, we've not had an annual report in quite a long time since both Ms. Minnie and I were on the bond committee and she was our chairperson. And so it's just amazing. And to say that we're in compliance, having a fully constituted bond committee, but also doing those annual reports. Of course, I can see that all of you work in unison, all members, and that's great. And you, more than anything as well, you also have the support from our CBO, from our superintendent. And so this really makes it a little bit easier in terms of the information that you presented this evening, the transparency, the clarity of the monies, and more than anything, the excitement that you projected across to see it, you know, just to hear you as chairperson of the bond committee to say, we're on track and we're moving forward. Gosh, that's music to my ears. Thank you. And please thank all of our CBOG members.
I definitely will. And at our last meeting, I did mention it as well. It has been a pleasure to work with Gio. She has been a godsend to this district. Every question that I have asked, within 12 hours, she's calling me, she's emailing me. I have the information. She does not miss a deadline. And if she doesn't have the answer already, she finds it and gets it to you. So it's been easy to work. It's been extremely transparent. And it's just, I can't say enough about how good you guys did hiring her. Because she has been really good for getting everything moving forward and quickly. So thank you. And for the community, if anybody's interested in coming to any of our meetings, they are open meetings just like these. So our next meeting is going to be on February 1st. So feel free to show up. All the meeting dates should also be on the website, so you'll be able to see that as well. And it's my birthday, so feel free to come by and say happy birthday.
Thank you again. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 13B, presentation of the El Rancho Unified School District PBIS program and safety and wellness update by Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, Director of Student Support Services, and Albert Correa, Chief of Police.
Hello again, and good evening, Madam President and members of the board, cabinet, superintendent, community member, staff. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to present our work towards implementation of the positive behavioral interventions and supports framework in our school district, more commonly known as PBIS. Okay, I'm facing the right way. Actually, before I go there, a little bit of history about PBIS. In 1997, the U.S. federal government passed the Individuals with Disabilities Education, IDEA, which included provisions for schools to adopt positive and preventative disciplinary practices in order to address the overrepresentation of students with special needs and exclusionary discipline. In response to IDEA, researchers at the University of Oregon developed the PBIS framework and a federally funded national center to support schools, districts, and states with their implementation of PBIS. There was very little tolerance for students with disciplinary problems, regardless of the student's background. The response from school districts was to reassign students to an alternative program school or just suspend and expel them. In 2015, after receiving the School Climate Transformation Grant, the district made a commitment to take steps towards a systems change and to address behavior and adopted PBIS district-wide. Now keep in mind that systemic change takes 5 to 7 years. So this is our 8th year working on full implementation of the framework. During this time, El Rancho has gone through staff changes, administrative changes, district administration changes, and a pandemic. And yet our work with the PBIS framework remains constant. In fact, it's so constant that the California PBIS Coalition awarded 11 of our schools for the work towards implementation. For the 22-23 school year, we had 2 silver, 2 gold, and 7 platinum recognitions. Yes, good job, schools. Thank you. So what is PBIS? It is a three-tier system of support where under the first tier, the universal tier, all of our students would be exposed to all services and programs of support offered by the school. The second tier, typically 10 to 15% of our student population, addresses students who require additional supports beyond those of the universal tier. And then we provide more targeted services for that particular tier. Lastly, the third tier, so usually 5% or less of students, those would require intensive services. PBIS is about improving classrooms and school climate, integrating academic and behavior initiatives, decreasing reactive management and exclusionary discipline, improving supports for students with emotional behavioral disabilities, and ultimately maximizing academic achievement. It is a whole system approach ensuring that all students have access to supports through consistent systems, data, and practices. Simply put, the way I like to describe it, and I have a dear friend that worked with me when we started this, and she always gave this analogy and it kind of stuck with me and with the rest of our department. So you think about it, classroom teacher has a class in the winter, and maybe we don't have, now we do, but maybe we didn't have heating system. Everyone's cold. So what does she do? She brings some heaters, warms up the classroom for all of the students. Everyone gets the same thing. From those students, it's a class of 25, maybe 5 of those students are still cold. Teacher has extra sweaters in the classroom. Hands each one of those sweaters to each one of those 5 students. From those 5 students, there's always that one student, usually me. I'm still cold, teacher. I need something else. So then we're going to give them a beanie, some mittens, maybe a scarf, a heavier jacket. That's what PBIS is. We expose everybody to everything that we have in terms of supports, but it doesn't always work for everyone. Every child is different. So from there, we start building. What else do we need? But it's not going to be all of our students, it's percentages. So we either have targeted services or intensive services. Okay, there are 3 major components in the framework. And it really, the framework is to ensure that we're modeling and supporting all settings at every school site. So it's not just in the classroom, but on the playground, it's in the cafeteria. It's when the students are going to the restroom, walking in the hallways, in the office. We're implementing interventions with fidelity and reteaching behavioral expectations so that they are met. And lastly, making sure to recognize positive behaviors that we want students to exhibit. So all schools have developed a set of positive expectations. For example, Durfee Elementary adopted SWIM. Safety first, work together, include everyone, and manners matter. STEAM, they adopted POST. Supportive, polite, SPOT. Supportive, polite, on task, and tenacious. In El Rancho High School's expectations are simply put, be responsible, be respectful, and be safe. Salazar is very similar, just with a change to the last expectation, and they've included ready to learn. And I know my schools are gonna say, why didn't you mention me? I'm sorry, I can't mention you all, but you all have wonderful expectations. So schools will define, teach, and remind students about the expectations. The expectations are clearly modeled and taught through school-wide assemblies. Students see and hear the characteristics of what is expected in all areas of the school. Now, how do we get students to buy in? We celebrate through consistent acknowledgement of the expected behavior. We incentivize the positive behavior. We reward students that exhibit the expectations through a reward system such as Eagle Feathers, Bolt Tickets, a point system. We have apps that are available to our middle schools and to our high schools where they issue students points and they earn points for any positive behavior. Each school site develops a behavioral flow chart. Staff will consistently correct the maladaptive behavior through systems of support, interventions, and progressive discipline. PBIS does not mean that there is no longer a suspension for a student. That's a myth. That's not true. If the behavior of a student leads to a safety concern at the school site, the administration has the obligation to ensure safety for all students and has the discretion to suspend and temporarily remove a student from the campus. PBIS provides opportunities to respond to minor incidents of behavior with alternative means and include corrective strategies. So now why PBIS in our district? Because research indicates that developing the systems of supports allows for students to become more comfortable with their environment, in turn improving school climate. Because there are fewer behavioral interruptions and students spend more time in the classroom learning. And because it is a structured system that requires districts to use evidence-based practices and programs. And it also requires us to make sure that the practices and programs that we are using are supported by the data. Our parents and guardians play an important role in the framework. Their feedback is important in developing universal supports. Staying connected and informed about their child and providing information that can help develop a system of support for their child is critical in the success of the student. And by supporting the modeling of the expectations adopted at the school, also at home, is important and critical. So how can parents get more involved? We can ask parents, you're listening, learn about the school framework, ask to participate in PBS activities that are planned for your child's school site. Get involved in the PBS activities that are actually planned for parents. Participate in school level team meetings regarding your child. Ask questions. Know what is expected of your child at school and why. We're on the right track and making great progress. We'll continue to move this work forward as we work towards systemic change and a paradigm shift from previous systems of response to behavior. We've done a lot of good job with the support of the board, with the support of our superintendent to continue this work and to continue this progress. Like I said, it takes a while for it to become systemic change, but we're working towards it and we are making progress. We just need to make sure that we continue doing what we're doing and not give up on it. Thank you. I don't know if you want me to have the board ask questions now, or do we want to continue with the presentation from Chief Carrillo? Continue. Okay, so I'd like to introduce Chief Carrillo, who will provide a safety update.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Madam President, honorable board members, superintendent, cabinet members, thank you so much for allowing me to come in and speak with you. Before I get started, I just want to say that I'm currently in supervisory school at Rio Hondo College. I haven't been there since 1995, so it's a new welcome for me. I was up there when they asked me, hey, where do you work? I say, well, I work at El Rancho Unified School Police Department. They're like, they have a police department? Yes, they have a police department. I happen to be a proud member of that police department, so just wanted to quickly mention that. In the interest of brevity, I'm just going to basically read this. I know that by PowerPoint, you're not supposed to read it, but in the interest of brevity, I still have to go home, prepare another PowerPoint presentation and read 50 pages for tomorrow's class. So I'll try to be brief. So that's not mine, right? No, okay, oh, okay, so reporting the documentation. As of lately, I'm sure everyone's well aware of the recent fights and gang activity that we've had in our schools. So we acknowledge that the perception of the fights have increased, mainly due to social media amplification. Nowadays, social media is everywhere, and all kids have phones. But to address this problem, our police department has implemented comprehensive reporting and documentation system to ensure accurate records are maintained, helping distinguish between perception and reality. Some of these accounts are specifically targeted to obtain as many followers as possible. So then they get on these platforms, and then the perception is that the schools are having all these fights, when in reality, it isn't that many fights. But because of the amplification, the admin of TikTok, social media, Threads, Snapchat, and even Facebook. So that amplifies the perception of it. So in order to kind of mitigate this, we provide, I provided Officer Dominguez, or I sent Officer Dominguez to social media training. It's an actual post-approved training class. And this will help us with not only meeting post guidelines, but in case any of this fights get litigated and we were to bring this as evidence, we have a segue to being to be able to provide that and be in compliance with that. So Officer Dominguez, he has already attended social media school, and therefore he briefed us on what he learned there. So we did this to mitigate the amplification of fights, specifically targeting the sole purpose of gaining more followers. This training is designed to address the misuse and social media to promote responsible online behavior among our students. So that was really good. As you are well aware, when anybody goes to training in our department, that leaves a deficit, and we don't have the manpower to be sending people to training. So anytime that I can send the officers to training, I will certainly take the opportunity to do so. And this was one of the times where I thought this warranted Officer Dominguez attending this training, and it has benefited us, I think, greatly in that regard. So we've also increased our police presence. The school police department has significantly enhanced its presence before, during, and after school. As superintendent is out there, school principal is out there, I myself is out there. Lately it's been pretty hot out there. So standing out there after school, we definitely diligently have been out there. For those particular dismissal times, all personnel are actively engaged, providing a heightened visibility to deter potential incidents and promote a sense of security among students and of course staff. So we have, I have pulled all the resources from the other schools, and then we focused on the schools that we need to focus on. So we've also collaborated with Salazar High School, and I really want to appreciate and mention David Termeno, because he has volunteered after school to come and hang out with us and be visible, because he knows who his students are and where they're not supposed to be. So he's been instrumental in doing that. Whenever he can, he will leave his campus and then come make his presence visible, especially after the high school. So to mitigate conflicts between the El Rancho High School and Salazar High School, we've included administrators from Salazar to monitor dismissal. Many times we don't know the faces of students, but they are intimately familiar with their faces. So this collaborative approach aims to foster better communication and understanding between the schools and hopefully reduce potential conflicts. Partnership with Special Problems Unit, we have partnered using our school resource deputy, which is a huge help for us. We partnered with the Pico Rivera Sheriff Station, the Special Problems Unit to handle the gang problem. And through their cooperation working on targeted strategies, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that we have curbed that gang activity based on their performance. And I won't go too much into detail what they do, but they've done an outstanding job in doing that. And then of course we maintain a strong relationship with our law enforcement partners, especially using the resource deputy and meeting with the Pico Rivera Sheriff Station. Hopefully this collaboration ensures smoothest coordination and a rapid response of any security concerns, enhancing our overall safety measures with the district. So working in partnership with the Sheriff's Department, I think greatly enhances the security measures that we are hoping to commit to. So in an effort to be proactive, we have engaged with leadership of the city to address potential upcoming challenges, and that was when Dr. Villegas initiated that meeting. We met with the captain, with the city manager, and with the safety consultant. That meeting took place maybe a week or two ago. I don't remember now, but we are proactively engaging and meeting with our leadership of the city, not only your leadership, but the city's leadership to make sure that we come up with strategies to mitigate these problems. That's it. I'll leave it. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. If not, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Carrillo. Board members, do we have questions?
Thank you both for the presentation. I want to go back to PBIS, and I really appreciate the context that you shared it in terms of the timing of really transforming the culture of the school district to implement the model. And to that end, does it come with an evaluation, to assess
Yeah.
the effectiveness?
Absolutely. And we do that yearly, because we really, what we do is we submit for the California recognition for PBIS. So there's one evaluation there. They have to meet certain criteria and show progress towards implementation, and it's a whole process. So not only do we have district personnel that's going into the school sites to see, what it is that they're doing towards implementation, but we also have the people at the California PBIS Coalition. But not only that, through our own grants and for the funding, we also have to show progress towards implementation and show the data. So we use a lot of the disciplinary data, the ODRs, office discipline referrals, to show whether or not there's a reduction in those because of the work that we have implementing the support services.
Thank you for that. Great context. And so what happens once we fully implement it, like after those 8 years, like how is that going to be?
So I can honestly say that most of our schools are already fully implemented. We do have, because we've had some changes in, like I said, personnel, it's kind of having to start all over because it's an initiative throughout the entire school, right? You're, really working towards this cultural change. And if something kind of changes in that system, then you have to kind of restart and reboot. The pandemic didn't help us a lot because when we were gone, things were being done at home. We were trying to transition some of the expectations from school site to home. Worked and kind of didn't work, but when we came back, we had to restart and relaunch. So the implementation, I can say most schools, like I said, we're already full implementation, but the work never stops because it's like a living document. The framework is always changing because this is really based on data. So they're constantly looking as a team, and each school site has a team to check to see whether or not the things that they have in place are working. Every year, something changes. This year, maybe it's fights, right? So what is it that we have that are support services and programs that help reduce that concern at that school site? And it may be something that they didn't have before, and now they're going to have to implement.
Right. And my last question around that is, you had, I love the analogy you said, every student is different, right? And the needs are different. So I'm just, and this is more a rhetorical question, like, are we providing everything that the schools need to achieve full implementation? And if not, then please let us know so we can find ways to support. So
Thank you very much.
that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Varga. Chris.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question for Chief. Just curiosity. You mentioned the social media amplification
Training?
Yeah. So I just have a question. So for example, if a student records on campus, is that legal to post it on TikTok because it's private property? I know
It is private property, but it's open to the public. So what we've done to mitigate that is, so we've looked into the behavioral guidelines of Instagram. So if it violates a behavior guideline, then we can petition to remove the entire profile.
Okay.
So if we find that there's a specific profile and that's all they do is show fights, that can violate the social, whatever social platform it is, and then we can petition to have that removed. So we've done that because there are sites that say El Rancho fights, and the community has brought that to our attention, stakeholders that brought that to our attention, so we immediately start petitioning for them to remove that. But because they're out in public, even inside the school setting, they can record. However, we can set a school policy or an admin policy to reduce it.
Yeah, I would be curious to see if we can look into that. And I know we mentioned it previously, just to see what can we do to, I know it's not illegal, but how can we minimize it if they're not getting the followers or
Okay. And on the ed code side, we do have cell phone policy that the district has adopted. Ed code, unfortunately, when you look at the violations for California Education Code, there's really not one that you can suspend for the use of. But if it is where it's being used to intimidate, bully, harass, and that's part of the investigation that the administration would have to do. If we can identify those individuals, then we could probably do something through the ed code side of that.
Thank you.
Dr. Maria?
Thank you to both for the information provided. In terms of the PBIS, given some of the issues at some schools, does the team, or how does the team address that? Do you go into the school to see where maybe some of these strategies are need to be reinforced, or how does that work? Do you, going back to the data,
Right.
are you not you personally, but your team tracking the incidents or where this particular school would need the reinforcement? Say, for example, I'm not gonna pick on the high school, so I'll go to the middle school. So how does that go? What does the team do? How do you work with staff and the site administrators to reinforce and bring that additional tier of support that some maybe need more than others?
So each school site, as I mentioned, does have a team. So they're going to review their own data and see what the needs are at the school site. Part of that is also the California Healthy Kids survey that we take, so that we can get honest answers from students as to how they feel about their environment. But if there's a specific concern, and you mentioned, middle school, and last year I know we had a lot of concerns around social media and aggression. The school site met with their support team and their PBIS team to discuss what are the things that we have, what are the things that are working, and what is it that we still need. From there, we get that information, the district level team and specifically student support services, we developed a plan that we recommend. The school site administrator knows their school best as well as their team. We can recommend and let them know these are some things that are evidence-based and things that we think would work for your school site. And then, they'll implement some of it. I'm not going to say that they take all of our recommendations, but they'll implement some of it. They'll present it back to their team and say, these are some of the suggestions that we have. Can we do this? And they usually, have been able to do that, and it's worked out well.
Thank you. And now for Mr. Kareem, my question is also related to social media. So it is intended to mitigate the amplification of fights. And this training is designed to address the misuse of social media and promote responsible behavior online. How is this implemented in the schools? Do you or your staff go into the classrooms and talk about social media? How does it transfer to the school sites in terms of bringing more awareness of the dangers of and what happens when there's a misuse of social media?
Well, first and foremost, we petition the platform, right? And then through our contacts and our social interaction with students, that's how we get our message across. So per se, we don't have a program in place to address social media. It's too new. We have not developed a program or a study or like a training method to be able to do that. We are trying to first mitigate the fights and the amplification of it, and then maybe in the future, in the near future, we can definitely address that by providing a training program, and then maybe going into the schools and making that aware. I think the See Something, Say Something campaign, we can definitely attach a social media component to that. But that is something that we could definitely, move forward in the future with that.
Right, because speaking as a former teacher, we would go to all this professional development, but unless we brought it back into our classroom, we went for a trainer of trainers, professional development, and we didn't bring it back to our district and really implemented and disseminated the information. It was really going nowhere. So not that it's going to happen here. So it is just something that I was curious to see. Is there a plan? And I just heard you say that it's something that you will be looking into, because all this information and training is certainly something that we need to keep reminding our kids the consequences of misusing social media. Thank you.
So
And I just like to add that, so I know Chief Carrillo is fairly new to our school district, but in the past, in terms of prevention, and that's what we really work strong on, prevention. So we do address a lot of this at the elementary school age. And the officers have gone to assemblies to talk about, the dangers of social media and appropriate use for social media. Plus we have the internet use policy and all that. Thank you. Acceptable use.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes, thank you both for the presentation. Some of my questions were answered from Dr. Marino's questions. The only thing I maybe want to add as far as the sharing of the information is going outside of the district and maybe sending some of the principals or maybe one of the administrators outside of the district to one of the other districts and to see what's working for them, because maybe we're not, we're kind of stuck in our bubble and we're not seeing something outside of our bubble that we can implement inside. So thank you for that. And then also, Chief Carrillo, thank you. And something as far as, you mentioned him being new to our district. It's kind of I take it right now as a positive because you have the outside perspective right now of what our district is. And where do you see the immediate opportunity for our improvement as far as school safety? Because school safety has been not only at our high school levels, but at our grade school levels, but in particular at our high school level, school safety has been our number one concern. So where would you see the opportunity for improvement, for the immediate improvement and also long-term improvement?
Good questions. So obviously for the immediate improvement, something that we can capitalize right now would be the additional bodies. So we talk about boots on the ground. We don't have enough boots. We got to fill those boots. So maybe streamlining the hiring process, getting some clarity on what our hiring goals are, what our standards are. I think I would think that would be a good start. That way, sometimes we're a bureaucracy, but bureaucracy, with red tape can bog down that process. So as far as what I objectively see from, I don't want to consider myself an outsider because I feel very much at home here, but I think that would help us quite a bit in adding additional personnel, not only at the sworn level, but at any level, so we could have more eyes and a more presence, especially at the high schools. We do have other schools that we need to tend to as well. So definitely adding personnel would probably be my top priority at this particular time.
Thank you.
Thank you both for the presentation, and just to piggyback on what Trustee Contreras mentioned, thank you for the recommendations. We do as a board, we want to support, absolutely number one, safety for our staff and our students in our communities. So any recommendations that you both have, we're willing to support, we're ready to support. Regarding PBIS, I remember back when it first started, 2013-ish, maybe 15. I remember back at Rivera Elementary, some of the teachers were really excited and they started implementing some things that they couldn't have yet because they said, wait, slow down. You have to follow the process. But I remember that they even did videos, just like on the expectations. You don't run, you walk, and you do all the expectations, which is great. I really appreciate that you showed the process because as parents, we need to see what the process is so we can support it. So my question is, as far as the flow charts that you have, because it's important for us to know also the consequences. And if parents know, they're not just gonna, assume there's no consequences, nothing happens. But how do we disseminate the flow charts to parents?
That's something that definitely we need to work with. That's been more internalized and more for our staff. But it's a good point that you bring up that if we want parents as partners, parents to help us move this along, that it should be something that's shared. So that's something that I'll definitely be speaking with my staff as well as with the administration at the school district.
Thank you. And then my second question regarding PBIS, like what are the rewards, especially at the high school? Because I know that, once they're older, it's not as easy to entice, but I was just curious as far as like, what are the rewards at the high school for the PBIS? And go ahead. Go ahead.
Kids love their chips, cookies, snacks. That they've been to them, our schools like canceled. Mention that to the PTO parents who kind of suggest to the kids, like, what do you guys want? They said snacks, and so they've been coming. Parents have been really good about that, and we put them on the board so the kids can go and redeem their points for snacks.
That's great, thank you. And I'm hoping that we have like a dedicated space at each of the school sites so they could see it and the kids will say, I want that. And you know, hopefully that helps with those incentives. Regarding safety, I know that there was a safety summit that was held recently. It was a national safety, and I attended it. And one of the things that one of the speakers said, what are the 33 things that you can help with safety? And the speaker said, trust, trust, trust. If you build trust, the students are gonna help you. And you know, I know our district is really good about valuing relationships. So I just wanna, you know, reiterate that and just making sure that that's the expectation. We're a family here, we're a community, and you know, building that trust within our students, I think that that's gonna help alleviate some of these problems. The only suggestion that I would have for the safety part is something that we used to do before. There used to be a workshop for parents on social media. You know, it goes on to stalkers out there, unfortunately, but also so parents are aware and monitoring the use of social media. How, you know, just how they could be on their phone all day pretty much, but just, you know, as parents, how we can support, maybe that's something that we could look into, having a workshop. I don't remember if it was Officer Dominguez that helped with it too, but for sure it was our previous SRO that we had that helped to, this was like pre-pandemic times, but I think that that would be helpful too. Again, just opportunities for parents to be able to support the work of the district. And as you mentioned, parents as partners. Thank you again for the presentation.
May I ask one more question? Yep. Thank you, because I wanted to ask Chief Carrillo regarding the safety presentation, and thank you for the presentation and the thorough strategies that are being implemented right now to mitigate the issues that we're facing. I did want to ask it, and maybe the answer is not right now, but what data points will be used to measure progress? That, you know, we're reducing the number of fights, the bullying, whatever it is, so that we get a picture of like where we're at right now. And then, you know, at the end of the school year, we've seen progress with the strategies that have been implemented.
Well, it definitely calls for service, right? So that's why I implemented the dispatch center, and that's why I wanted to monitor all calls, because before we used to, you would call Officer Dominguez directly and then he would respond, or you would call Officer Gomez directly and he would respond. So I've implemented a practice where all calls get funneled through the dispatch center so we can accurately log those, right? And then that's statistics. So we could see how many calls of service we had per year, and then how many of those calls of service regarding fights or regarding normal calls of service. So that is quantifiable. We can actually see the reduction in calls for service. And just last week, I was speaking with the principal, and I asked him, have the fights gone down? And he told me, yes, you know what, the fights have definitely gone down. So the strategies that we've been implemented have worked. But to answer your question, yeah, that would be in any law enforcement agency, you monitor by the call of service, right? And that's how you log things. But you could also do it by disciplinary. So on the administrative side, because not everything that comes into the police department is a criminal matter, right? So we have that on the police side, but then we also have the administrative, because a lot of things that we do, we defer, right, to restorative justice, and we're affording every opportunity to students so that they don't get involved in the criminal justice system, right? So we have two ways of monitoring that. We have the calls for service on the PD side, and then we have the disciplinary actions that happen on the administrative side or on the school policy.
That's very helpful. And I just hope that we get that picture, you know, in the long run, and now it'll be year over year, right, as we kind of implement these.
Exactly, yeah. So when I came on, I kind of looked at the log because that's the first thing that's going to get subpoenaed, you know, and I'm always thinking liability, legal liability, and, you know, protecting the department, but the department protects the district protects all the stakeholders involved. So that's my frame of mind. Keeping an accurate log that'll give us the statistics to be able to quantify that.
And to your point about trust, I think it's the hardest thing to measure, right? How do you
That's not quantifiable.
Building trust.
Survey.
And-
And we do actually have.
Yeah.
And we measure that by what we receive in terms of the California Healthy Kids Survey. So there's specific questions there as to whether or not they feel they have trusting relationships at the school. site.
Right. And I would add, do they feel safe to it? And
Yes.
if that's in
Yes.
the survey as well. So love to just get a sense of progress in that as well. And so our parents know that their kids are safe. They feel their kids are safe. The kids feel safe. Yeah. Thank you.
I wanted to, because my staff will kill me because I couldn't remember it when I put on the spot, but it's called, I'm thinking, it's called the tiered fidelity inventory. That's what they have to complete to show that they're showing implementation of PBS.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 14, public hearing. Item 14A, public hearing for the California School Employees Association and its El Rancho Chapter 107 CSEA. Proposed items for negotiations with the El Rancho Unified School District for the 2023-2024 school year. Public hearing will open at 8:31.
As they start the negotiations, I really hope that the district gives these employees a decent pay raise. We need to be competitive. We need our instructional aides, we need our custodial staff. We need our cafeteria employees. They're really instrumental to the running of the district. I know that, I spoke to Dr. Villegas about this, is that we need to get people in. Our instructional aides they help with the running of the class. They help our kids who need a little more attention. Our special needs kids need assistance. So please, please make us competitive, that we bring good people into this district. And this is it's a chain reaction that we help our kids, we help our CCA members, and it helps our employees, our teachers and staff to do the job that they're paid to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion. Public hearing will now close at 8:32. Item number 14B. Public hearing regarding energy service contract with Pacific West Energy Solutions, Inc. under Government Code 4217 and 4217.18. Public hearing will now open at 8:33.
Good evening again, President Mejia, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, and cabinet members and El Rancho community. I'm here to provide some background. The purpose of this public hearing is to fulfill the requirements of Government Code 4217 that demonstrates that if we are using an energy savings project, that we have to demonstrate the actual savings. A year ago, the summer of last year, the Board of Trustees approved a contract under the context of AB 841, which was the CalShape grant that destined HVAC improvements, including upgrading filters, MERV 13 filters, as well as carbon dioxide monitoring. In that context, we have been performing the work. A contract was awarded to Pacific West Energy Solutions. And recently, well, not so recently, because I've been here several months, we've been tasked to find a solution to replace 6 large air conditioning units at El Rancho High School. In that context, we work diligently to find the best procurement method to quickly resolve the request from staff at the high school and students. that are being impacted in specifically the library, buildings, K, R, and S. And then from there, I contacted legal counsel to make sure that this procurement method was the best solution for our district. And the information that is being provided, first of all, in this public hearing, and then followed with item 18C1, where we are recommending a resolution to fulfill the requirements and award the amendment to the agreement with Pacific West, which will add $2.6 million to their existing contract, and of which 1.3 million falls along the guidelines of the CalShape grant, and the remainder would be covered with ESSER 3 funds. We expect the project to be completed in time before the expiration of ESSER 3 funds. We have to have funds encumbered by September 30th of 2024. And then from there, we have 120 days to close out all the projects. Pacific West is here if you have any questions related to this project. So I'll like to introduce Rob Cho and Luis Velez from Pacific West. Then they will be able to answer any technical questions in this public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla, for the not clarification, for the information and the details, because as you mentioned, it's a public hearing and it's good for the community to know all as many details as possible. With that, I'll go ahead and open up to the board if there's any questions. So as far as timeline, would you be able to give us a little bit more information on that for the project?
Sure. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Villegas, cabinet members, as well as the community. Rob Cho, President of Pacific West, along with Luis Velez, my Director of Operations. That's a great question that I'm going to probably funnel to him right now.
Board members, Superintendent, cabinet members, community, thank you for allowing us the opportunity. So as far as timeline goes, we've experienced with the whole supply chain a slowdown of delivery of products. And so, but however, we've talked to our manufacturers, we've actually even flown out to their plants and expressed the urgency of the nature of what we have, on top of the fact that every other district with ESSER funds is trying to accomplish their goals by the deadline. But having said all that, we feel that by summer of 2024, we'll be able to accomplish and complete the installation of the units, barring any major situation in the industry.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just want to say thank you, Mr. Cho and Mr. Velez, for your time and for the response. And I also want to thank Ms. Padilla and Dr. Villegas for pushing this through. It was a priority. It is a priority. So we really appreciate the efforts and bringing this item forward. With that, we'll go ahead, and if there's no one else that would like to speak, okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 8:39. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 15, Board of Education and announcements and acknowledgements, and we'll start with Ms. Perez Covarrubias.
You would make his day. Good evening. First, I want to apologize if I didn't get to go to the Hall of Fame or any school events. This month was busy. But I do want to say that I couldn't be here, but I would have been there. So it sounded like a great event. But about a month ago, in October, we had the second meeting for the Rancho Facilities Committee meeting. And so I just want to thank Dr. Villegas, Ms. Padilla and your team, Mr. Torres, just all the information that we got. It was very collaborative and it's exactly what we envisioned. And thank you to, Koinaga for being there. I'm excited and I won't share, obviously. It's got it. Yes, sorry, thank you. It was 2 a.m. in Paradise. I was out of it, but thank you so much. I'm excited that we get the opportunity to work together as a team. I think everyone in that conversation, everyone here, we're all so smart and we're so passionate about this community, specifically our students. And so to me, just those meetings, I was like, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna be there. Like to me, it's exciting what we're doing and we're moving forward. So I just want to thank everyone involved in that. I did get to go last Friday to the Dia de los Muertos at STEAM Academy, which was amazing. Just seeing the students, the mariachi band is awesome. The folklorico with the kids were so cute. But just embracing our culture, I think is so awesome. I didn't get to do that as much as a kid. And so it's really awesome to see, I forgot her name, but Miss Sanchez, I believe. I think her name is, I'm not sure her name, but I remember, she told me that she started it. It was her vision. Okay, good. I got the name right. And it was just so awesome to see the community together. It was just a big party and I got my family to come. And so they got to see the district and it was great. I just really huge kudos to the entire team there. One announcement. So CSBA, thank you, Dr. Marino and several. CSBA is going to have an AI task force. Their biggest focus is how do we, AI is taking off. How do we do that with education? How do we set certain parameters? How do we make sure that, within the educational space, ENCODE. So we'll have our first meeting at the CSBA conference in December. So I'll be providing updates on that. I'm going to be serving on that. So I'm excited to bring the technology side of things and blend the education piece. And then just a happy Veterans Day for everyone. Thank you for everyone that served. Especially those in the room. And just on a personal thank you to everybody who wished me. It was a great wedding. It was in New Orleans and then we went to Europe and did the honeymoon. So I'm just excited I'm so grateful for everyone on this board. I'm grateful to be working in this district. I'm grateful that I get to give back to the district that gave a lot to me. So for me, I just please, again, to teachers and staff, cabinet, everyone, have a great time with your family, enjoy all the food, and I will see you next month. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Rena?
Well, yes, I'll start my comments by congratulating Ms. Perez Covarrubias. You didn't attend functions last month because it was your wedding. So congratulations. I also want to say congratulations. You're very modest, but we have one of our board members, Ms. Perez Covarrubia, who will now be, as I understand it, you are part of the California School Board Association Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Congratulations, you were selected. That's no small task. So we had someone from our own team here sitting up there with the big wigs who make things happen, right? Congratulations on that. I'm glad to be here in City Hall. I mean, it's easier for everybody, right? And we get to congratulate all our kids, which we had a lot of tonight. So I'm happy to be, I want to say, home for our meetings. I was also very glad and excited to see, and this speaks to the concerns that Ms. Carrion brought forth in terms of bringing the support staff that we need in all departments. So big thank you to Dr. Carlson and your team for the positions that are up on the agenda for approval and agenda 18F3 and 4. So this really means that if approved, if it does go through, we'll have the much needed support staff throughout the district. This month we also recognize the National Native American Heritage Month. And it was not until 1976 under President Ford that we had Native American Week. And in 1990, it finally became a whole month. And it's still not enough because we should be celebrating every single day since we are sitting on their land. We're all immigrants, right? But anyway, we heard earlier from one of our speakers that about telling stories. And that's really I really started thinking as I was listening to him, that we must repeat our stories so that history will not repeat itself. And so that history will not be forgotten. And so we also heard how proud we should all be to be part of this district, because our district has so much to offer in so many areas. This gentleman was speaking with so much pride that I'm sure all of us could sense it. And just sitting here to say, yeah, we're all part of it. And that's just wonderful. Even for those listening in our audience, they're also part of it. But also he talked about all these wonderful things that are happening now, as opposed to when he was here in the district. And I'm thinking, so, well, this is true, because our schools today are so, our students attending our schools are so fortunate to experience and get the education, the world-class education they're getting today. Why do I say this? Because when most of us were in school, especially me, we had a whole totally different version about our Native Americans. And today our kids are really learning the true facts, the true history of our Native Americans, who they were and how long they've been here before we were here. So the recognition that we give our Native Americans is the small way of recognizing their culture and their contribution, but also our students are learning what we didn't learn about the systemic denial and oppression. History must be repeated over and over. The story must be repeated so that history will not repeat itself. So to me, this is the meaning of this month. For me, it's very, very meaningful. I mean, for all of us, it is. Also, I had the opportunity to be there celebrating the inductees in the Hall of Fame, and what a proud moment that is. I am so happy and grateful for the entire board and the community and everyone that was involved in bringing it back. It was gone for far too long, and I'm sure we're going to fill the whole entire high school with so many future inductees as well. I also was invited on October 26th to be a judge in the cupcake contest. Wow, what a delicious treat. That was really amazing to see that creation these kids put forth with cupcakes. And so we, as a judge, had an opportunity and had a taste of every single cupcake. My favorite was the chocolate. Also, my congratulations to the schools that had the harvest festivals. It was just wonderful. Sometimes you wish you could attend all of them, but just to go and see the creativity, the work that the students have put forth, to see the parents involved, the community. And as you mentioned earlier, Ms. Carrion, the just countless hours that staff has brings forth willingly because they want to see it happen. Again, this is something that we bring to our kids. What does it mean? The Harvest Festival, the Dia de los Muertos, and that we're teaching them that Dia de los Muertos is not the Mexican or Latino Halloween, but the true essence of what it means to celebrate our departed ones in a festive way, that they were part of our lives at one time. Because we have commercialized it so much that I had all these texts from different people I know. Happy Dia de los Muertos. I'm like, oh, okay, that's not in my culture. This is not the way I was raised. This is the way that, you're happy, obviously, but you're honoring the departed. Then get an invitation to, you're invited to a Happy Dia de los Muertos party. And I'm going, oh no, this is way too much. So it is about teaching our kids the true essence of our part of our culture as well. I want to congratulate Luz Enriquez, another, who knows, she might be in the Hall of Fame one day, alumni from, 2001. Today, she was featuring the Pico Rivera profile. I have it somewhere. Sure. Well, all of you get the Pico Rivera profile. Ms. Enriquez attended McGee. I'm sure some of you saw the profile already. STEAM Academy, and of course, graduated from El Rancho. She is now working with Pacific West, right? Why is she not here?
Yeah, she actually had some previous commitment, but she's actually the project manager.
She is the project construction manager here. You talk about she's our product here. Isn't that amazing that she's project construction manager, correct?
Correct.
Wow, that's giving back to the community. So it's something to be so proud of. We're gonna look like our peacocks here. We're also proud to be here, right? So congratulations, Stuart. And in closing, I want to just express acknowledge and express my gratitude to all of the veterans. And I know this is our last meeting before until next month, so I want to wish everyone a blessed Thanksgiving. And I want to thank our staff. I want to thank our parents. I want to thank our community for everything that we do. And we saw testimony about that. Testimony about is what we experienced tonight. All the acknowledgement for our kids. I am also very thankful for serving on this board, really, truly. And I wish everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marino. Trustee LaFarga?
What she said. I just want to encapsulate really that since our last meeting, our school sites have not only been teaching our children inside the classroom, but as mentioned outside the classroom. We had red, say that fast, Red Ribbon Week. The other Los Muertos, we had Halloween. I mean, a lot of activity and to Lil's point about our staff and teachers and administrators working really hard and really providing opportunities for our students to just experience all this wonderfulness of community. And you know, not being able to go every site, but you just see it in the pictures. You see a wonderful community at each school. And I live a lot of that through my kids. Are you ready for Red Ribbon Week? Are you ready for Halloween? Are you ready for the other Los Muertos? Are you ready for this? It was so much. So just an appreciation because it's a lot of heavy lifting to do that work on top of everything else that has to be done to educate our children. I did get a chance to attend the Hall of Fame dinner. Very moving, very emotional tribute to those that weren't able to there, who lost their lives serving our country. And I just thought it was a great event, and I'm glad we're gonna keep doing it. Thank you, Mr. Goyanaga, for championing it and making sure that we're gonna keep moving forward. Thank Dr. Villegas for doing that. And a lot of that comes with advocacy, right? Because it had Mr. Falter come and shared his testimonial. Who knows if we would have honored those veterans that lost their lives. So advocacy is really important. And to that point, I also participated in the LACO Superintendent Forum virtually. And the focus of that was around mental health. And we remain in a crisis with our students and with respect to mental health. And what I'm glad to see that this district is making the investments to support our students to address the challenges, but it's not done. It's never enough, right? Because there's never enough money. So we can all be advocates at the state level to make sure that funding continues to flow down for us to apply for grants and opportunities to continue to provide the right services for our kids who much need the support. So I'm going to refer back to my notes here. I want to also recognize that November is National Youth Homeless Awareness Month. And really that's a population I don't know much about. And it would be very informative for us as a board, I think, to understand our population in terms of homeless challenges that our kids are facing and what support systems we have in place and what else can we do to support those students, right? We almost kind of, we probably know who they are because we know them, but we don't know their situation. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So I think if we can get a better understanding of what we do as a district to support and what else we can do, that would be great. We have a series of parent university workshops that have been happening. So I just encourage all our parents that are listening to attend. I listened to the podcast, the most recent one with Ms. Prado. I liked it a lot. Well, you know, one, because it's all about parent engagement, and I think that those have been the last two podcasts, right, to focus on. But bringing the parents to really speak from a parent perspective, I think was very powerful. So if we can keep betting that out and getting the parents involved, let's keep doing that. But thank you for, and by the way, you're like a radio professional or something.
Thank you.
All three of you were excellent podcast participants. I wanted to recognize all the teams that finish up their fall sports seasons, especially the seniors who might have played their final game in their respective sport. My son Joaquin, who ran his final cross-country race last week at La Serna. Thank you, Dr. Vegas, for coming out and supporting the team. We have one senior moving on from cross-country onto prelims for CIF. I believe it's on Friday at Mount Sac, so send all your positive energy to Alex Figueroa. Hopefully he'll continue to represent and move on to CIF finals. Want to thank all our veterans who served our country with Veterans Day coming up. I appreciate everyone's service and for keeping us safe and free in our society, which is privilege that we all have and benefit from. And finally, want to just wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving in the spirit of being thankful. I'm also very thankful. I think that we're approaching a year, John, this is service on the school board, which time has flown by, but very thankful to be a part of this wonderful district, wonderful community, and a part of this leadership team that drives the work that we do forward for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee LaFarga. Trustee Contreras.
Well, lots been said, but I think it needs to be said. I think we have a lot to be thankful for, especially this meeting. I mean, it was a perfect meeting for pre-Thanksgiving. You know, we have a lot to reflect on because of this meeting and a lot to be thankful for, starting with Adaid. I hope I'm not killing her name, but our fifth grade student that did our Pledge of Allegiance. I mentioned that she had a lot of super cool teachers. And leading to our fall sports, you know, congratulations to all our fall sports and all the accomplishments they played out. The running club, Mr. Josh Perea, excellent. We all know the excellent job that he's doing with our students at Burke. I do refer to it as Burke over there, and they're still Falcons. And you know, there was made mention as far as to the younger students. You know, McGee has an excellent running club that, from what I hear, from what we were told, some of those kids are challenging the middle school kids, you know, and I see them when I go coach in the morning on Saturdays. I see them running around Burke, around Rivera Park over there. And what I'd love to see about those kids running is that the parents are running along with them. So it's a family event, and that builds that family bond, you know, with the parents. And so although they're chugging along, but the parents are there with them. You know, some of them are doing great, and some of them are, you know, on the back, but they're still there with their kids, and that says a lot. The baccalaureate program, Mr. Goyanaga and all the teachers and Ms. Karish, it's an excellent program, and I think, you know, as was mentioned, it needs to be shouted out a little bit more, you know, in regards to getting to the middle schools and letting them know, hey, this is what's going on, and guess what? We get our first year of university, 30 credits. That's awesome. That is such an awesome program. I don't think we're doing enough to shout that program out. So kudos, great job. Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, awesome. Congratulations. I can't say thank you enough for what you do. I know you don't like to be spotlight right on you, but you do a great job. You do everything you do. And like you said, you do it because you care, and that's what matters. So thank you for what you do. With that, I did attend the Think Together Lights On after school at McGee. We got to visit the classrooms. They have an excellent program. The kids are awesome in there. They're learning how to they're learning in the classroom environment, but not only that, they're learning outside of the classroom. They're doing outside activities. And the question was brought up to, as far as how do those outside activities culminate in the classroom? They're learning leadership. They're learning how to work together. They're able to focus more once they're inside of the classroom. So the first question, because a lot of us on the dais here, are data driven. We asked if we can get some of that data possibly to show, how it's working and if, that is showing in the classroom as far as the outside activities, showing inside the classroom. So they promised they'd get back to us on that. And it's something that we're very interested in. And that culminates all together with, our running clubs, and also with the baccalaureate program. I saw two awesome families within that running club and that I know are doing great. The Limas family, along with the, Aguirre family. I know the kids, I know the parents, and there's some culmination with sports and learning. And I'm talking about 4.8, not just they're doing good, they're A and B. No, these are straight A students, and it just, there's something that's there. So we need to look into that a little bit more. Last, this thing got off of me, but happy Veterans Day, especially obviously to our veterans that are here. Mr. Goyanaga, I know you don't like to, again, the spotlight on you, but thank you very much for your service. We have Officer Gomez over there in the corner. Can't thank you enough for everything you guys have done for our country. We have other veterans here that I don't know of. Thank you. For those that are watching, thank you to all our veterans. Support us. Happy Thanksgiving again to all of us, all of our families. Like I said, this meeting was a culmination of a lot of things, and it kind of, humbles you, and it says, yeah, we do as a community, as a school district, as individuals, as our families, we have a lot to be thankful for. So thank you again to all of our staff, our board members, our teachers, and everybody involved within this district. I hope everybody has a very happy Thanksgiving.
Trustee Contreras, I attended a lot of the same events that my fellow colleagues did, but you can't say enough about the Hall of Fame. You really, really can't. I mean, the families of the inductees, their speeches were very moving, very close to your heart, and I just wish there was more students there that could hear it, because oh my gosh, the stories of when they walk the halls, it's simply amazing. So regarding to what Mr. Salter had said about the history of Pico Rivera, I did speak to Mr. Fielder, my PE teacher, my coach, and he wants to do a book on El Rancho High School and the history of El Rancho High School, which sounds great. And I know that also that we have a partnership with UCLA on ethnic studies, and I believe that they're doing, they're talking about the history of Pico Rivera.
Yeah, so we brought in a historian, Dr. Jerry Gonzalez, who wrote a book called In Search of the Mexican Beverly Hills, the idea that there isn't a Mexican Beverly Hills, and how it came that East LA was a hub for Latinos, Mexican Americans, but we're everywhere. So how did they get to Pico? And so one of the talks that he did, this is our second time with him, was about like Jimtown and Pico and Rivera and the history, and a lot of the veteran community, why we have such a large veteran community, and how that's attributed to the way that zoning and housing was spread. So we're doing a lot of that work, and the teachers are incorporating it into their lessons. We're also working on a class that's specifically the history of Pico Rivera.
Yeah, that's excellent. I'm hoping that we can get more information later so that the community could be aware of that. Yes, Mr. Cox?
If I may, one of the tasks with the students is them capturing those stories and doing the first-hand accounts like Mr. Salter was talking about. Being able to get those stories. We talked about our legacy teachers, one of whom was here tonight, Mr. Magdaleno, and looking at those students who have started here as their families went through, and now they're multi-generational families who have gone through our school system and continue to work here.
That'd be excellent. It'd be excellent. We can highlight that work and, work with our wonderful communications team. If that could be highlighted, that would be great. Also with the Hall of Fame, I just want to really, really thank the culinary arts students, Chef Luna, for all their hard work. There were so many challenges on that day. That's when the gas incident happened, and I was told that they said, yes, you're doing it. No, we're not doing it. Yes, you're doing it. But they were wonderful. They were really wonderful serving, very courteous, very professional. I also just want to say thank you again to Mr. Rush Fire, the jazz band. Excellent jazz band. Excellent jazz band. Again, kudos and thank you very much, Mr. Goyanaga, for that, and Dr. Villegas. I did have, an opportunity to attend the first strategic plan meeting, with all of our educational partners at one. It was wonderful, Dr. Villegas. You know, this is the start of the, refresh for the mission, vision, and the strategic plan, and what's really key is that all educational partners have, input and ownership over it, so I'm looking forward on the process and the progress, that started. I also attended the Lights On After School at McGee Academy, and I just want to thank the ELOC coordinator, Ms. Vera Amaya, Principal Melgar, and Think and Reach, because we didn't get to go see Reach, but we saw Think, and we just saw the safe, nurturing environment that was being provided to our students. I did ask one of the students, what do you like about the program? And she said, I like that I can do my homework here, and I like that it's quiet. So that really like, oh, it hit me hard because some students need that. They need a safe space, and she felt safe there. We did get to speak to Mr. Knapp while we were there, and yes, along the lines that Trustee Contreras said, we should do a case study because these kids are doing wonderful. There's something, like you said, there's something there at both at STEAM and at McGee. You know, if we could do a case study, that would be great. I also happened to be a judge for the culinary arts for the Halloween Cupcake Challenge, and it wasn't just about baking. They also had a story behind their creation. So it's not only, you know, it's not just baking. There's more to it, and I thought that the students did a really wonderful job. And so kudos again to Chef Luna. I did happen to catch the cross country finals along with Dr. Vegas, Mr. Farda, and I just want to highlight the cross country team and Mr. Fascinato. He started the tradition of a spooky mile at the El Rancho High School. I think that's great because I mean we hold on to our traditions, but we also create new ones. And so this is one that's wonderful where the other teams get to participate in a 1 mile run. It just brought back memories to me because once upon a time, cross country team, we would run the perimeter. This would be our cross country course here. So it was just wonderful to see that. And yes, good luck to Alex Figueroa. He was my 4th and 5th grade student as a coach at Rivera Elementary. So I wish him the best this Friday. Props to boys water polo for making playoffs. It was a close game. It was a hard, you know, they didn't move on, but we're very proud of them and their efforts. Had a wonderful season, and I can see that the program's gonna keep on being elevated with Mr. Fan. Public service announcement, again, going back to the high school, Ms. Lipstra is doing tennis classes. How amazing is that? How amazing is our teachers and how they give back to our community? She's doing tennis lessons. It's on social media. It's from 12 to 3. There's several grades, and it's for the students in elementary and middle school and high school to introduce them to the sport. We have those wonderful tennis courts there. Let's use them. I saw our fire department using them today. I'm like, hey, community members need to use it too. I also want to thank our counselors. They held a financial aid night, and it was really informative, and I really appreciate it. They're having one more, so I just want to make sure that parents are aware so they could attend that. Dia de los Muertos, Valencia, they had the most beautiful altar that I've seen. I think it's the biggest one in the district, but going back to like our heritage, our herencia, everything that the schools are doing to preserve our culture is wonderful. Kudos again to Dr. Lara, but I know that other schools have altars as well. I believe Bernie had a really nice one as well. And obviously STEAM Academy, they always have a contest that they do every year. Also with that, I just want to say great work to the students at STEAM because Mr. Harmon was they were selling their produce. I bought $10 worth of basil and lettuce, and it just smells so good. So let's see, congratulations again to Ms. Perez Covarrubias, and we'll be hobnobbing with Sal Khan because I know that he's going to be one of the people at CSBA for our annual educational conference. Happy School Psychologist Week this week, and I want to say happy birthday to Trustee Clerk Contreras. His birthday is tomorrow, and so happy birthday to you. And I know you'll be having a birthday at. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll do cake next month. Yeah, we'll do cake next month. I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy time with your loved ones. We are very, very grateful for what you do. lastly, I know that Veterans Day, the city's gonna have an event on Monday, unfortunately, we have the Friday off, right? But it's on Monday, but oh my goodness, I've attended the event, every time those veterans go up to that mic, they say, El Rancho, class of 1970, El Rancho, class of, they are so proud. They are so, so proud. The city usually videotapes it, so if, if by some reason we could show it to some of our students or highlight it, that'd be great. With that, that concludes my report. Thank you so much. I know that we spoke a lot, but we're just very proud of our city, proud of our community, and thank you for your patience with us. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 16, comments and reports by superintendent and cabinet. Dr. Yates, take it away.
Wow, thank you so much. And just want to make clear to everyone, that was just the month of October that you heard. That was not like the whole school year's worth of stuff. Because, I'm sitting there, oh yeah, there's that, and it all happened in October. There's just so much activity that you really just can't repeat all the things that are happening in our schools. And that, again, was said over and over again as a testament of the hard work that our staff does every single day and the pride that our students have. And it's really been amazing to see that. I've had an opportunity to be at a lot of events, be at the schools and really feel that pride. I really felt it in the classrooms. I'm feeling it with advisory. I'm feeling it, in various capacities. Today, I'm just going to focus on some of the stuff that we're doing for parents in generating more parent involvement. One of the things that we're doing is a parent advisory. So we've had a couple of different meetings where we've been able to build on getting different types of ideas from our parents and making sure that we continue to listen to what are some of the next steps we need to do. We have a coffee with the superintendent. We had one last month and we have one actually this week. Later this week, we're going to have one on November 9th. For those that were not able to attend, it's the same coffee, the same content. The podcast was mentioned, and we invited parents, and boy, you're right when you say they sound like professionals because they know exactly what to say and how to say it. Our newsletter should be coming up next day or so. I know it's complete, so if you don't get it today, you'll get it in the next 24 hours. That really talks about many of the things you'll see. It's a huge newsletter that has so many aspects of what we're doing here in El Rancho Unified School District. We've got the parent university classes that started this month, and we've had again, how to help your child. If you want to learn how can you support your child more, we have the ability to make that happen. We transferred them to online so that you can be online and take the classes if you're not able to come. We had the strategic planning meetings. And so again, those are the ways of us looking at the next 5 years. What will El Rancho look like in the next 5 years? That's what's being planned right now. And it's certainly looking ahead and making sure that we have a world-class education for our students as things continue to change. Just so many things happening. Again, I'm really proud of the Hall of Fame, bringing it back after 20 years. I don't know if you saw, there was an article in the paper that identified, 20 years hiatus. We bring back the Hall of Fame. And so that was a very touching event and something that I'm really looking forward to continue. We're going to hear from two of our cabinet members. First from Dr. Kelson.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas, and good evening again, everyone. I wanted to thank Ms. Gavion and ERFT for a student-centered, timely challenge to find more instructional assistants to serve in the classroom. And listening to the feedback from our teachers in response to the needs of our students in the community, we were able to work quickly as a team in HR to interview 7 very fine applicants this week on an expedited timeline with the board support to be able to get more people in place more quickly. So I anticipate having more good news than I was able to share with you earlier today in the very near future, and really want to continue to help getting the staff in front of our students to continue to make sure we're providing world-class education. I also am grateful for Ms. Padilla's team and her work with the AB 1200 process and the approval for the increase for our ERFT, the 2% one-time retroactive to last school year, and looking forward to staff, the teachers receiving those. Ms. Padilla, when do we anticipate they would have that by?
No later than January.
No later than January. So thank you, Dr. Villegas. I know I need to pass the mic now.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you. In keeping with our theme of mental health and safety overall, it was mentioned this National School Psychologist Week, so I think it's important to recognize that specially trained group of professionals that are here day in and day out. There's unique challenges that we've been facing over these last few years, and this group in particular works often in the shadows back there, unseen, without a little glory, but they're doing the hard work, rolling up their sleeves and really trying to lower those barriers for kids, both academically, socially, personally, and trying to find those ways that help them access their school and learning. So I think it's really important to recognize that group. We will get a formal resolution going forward for them in a future meeting, but we want to make sure that they got credit for the work they do on a daily basis. They are appreciated. They're a valuable part of our team. The other piece that I want to, on the safety issue, this week, DeMar Hamlin was able to return to Cincinnati after his cardiac event. I know that was just something that kind of triggered some of the discussions the board had in regards to AEDs and the power of those things. I'm proud to say we have cabinets at all of our school sites, and our lead nurse, Mr. Centeno, is running around installing the devices as we speak pretty much this week. So they will be up at all the sites with a AED at all of our sites, as well as a auxiliary cabinet that has bleeding control kits. The Narcan will all be centrally located in an accessible place at our school site. So I'm proud to be able to say we have that.
And just to kind of wrap everything up, that we really happy to, just the relationship we have with our veterans here in Pico Rivera, and there's just really a lot of camaraderie. In fact, actually, Mr. Nagar and I are going to be taking a field trip tomorrow. We're going to talk about visiting schools. We're actually visiting a place called Field of Valor early in the morning. And it's something that I'm very curious about bringing that to Pico Rivera. It had to do with our veterans. And it's a wonderful display of honoring the veterans. And so we're going to be taking a look at that tomorrow morning, and it goes through the idea of going to different places and seeing what's out there in different locations. So we'll be doing that. It's a month of giving thanks, and if you see, my message in the newsletter, we are very grateful for what we have. We have a wonderful opportunity to make a difference in the lives of kids. We have a wonderful opportunity to work with a hugely talented staff that makes a difference every single day. And we're very fortunate to work with a board that has the mission and vision to make things happen right for kids. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 17, consent agenda. Board members, are there any items that you would wish to pull? Ms. Escobar, yes. Mrs. Escobar, yes.
I'm gonna love you. It's a more. Sorry, 17D3.
President Travis?
Yes, 17F 4.4A.
Any other items?
Find it.
You know the name? Is it 16 or the other one?
Oh, I had it here, but I lost it. So 17F point 1 and 2.
17.F.1.2.
1.2.
Is there a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the items that were pulled?
So moved. Second.
Moved by trustee Laparda, seconded by trustee Contreras. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we'll start off with item number 17.D.3. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by trustee Reyes.
Sorry, which one's that one?
17.D3, this is the first one that I was earlier. That's when you pulled them.
Oh, I can write. Okay, sorry. It was just a quick comment. It was just, I'm glad that we're doing it, especially because cybersecurity is such a big issue right now and a lot of data stuff. So I just wanted to highlight, Mr. Hernandez and Ms. Travis Diaz for bringing that to board. My only, suggestion, I think I've mentioned before, if maybe we can also look into this cybersecurity certification. Google has one. They have scholarships available. And I know students, especially the high school level, can already start taking it so that we can maybe do just an idea. Because it's a big field and, you know, college, yes, but it doesn't require college to get to cybersecurity and it just requires a lot of these certifications. So I just wanted to, bring that up, but that's. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 17, F 4.4.8. Is there a motion and a second? I'll move. Second.
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 Moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. Okay, discussion?
Yes, no, just, I wanted to get that item pulled. I wanted to abstain and, just let you know, because of, there's a family member involved.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and do,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
is there more discussion on the item? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Dr.
Yes.
Marino. Ms. Yes.
Yes.
Jessica, pardon.
Yes. Are you gonna add another name?
Mr. Contreras.
I will abstain.
He votes yes. Motion carries, 4 yes, 1 abstention.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I need to make a correction on the item number. It is still 17.1.2, item G and H.
Is there a motion and a second for the corrected both items?
So
Second.
Moved by trustee Vargas, seconded by Dr. Marino. Discussion.
My apologies, I just didn't give you the G and H, but it is basically the same. General question on both items. How are the extended learning opportunities programs? I have a response, but I'm still not understanding it. How is there equity in the allocation and how they're earmarked to ensure that schools get an equitable amount and that only those schools that are really on top of taking advantage of these funds that are here temporarily, that they're not depleted before some other school has an opportunity to bring those services to their sites? And if I may, because I see that on item H, 13,625 are being allocated to a school. And then we have item G, 22,715 dollars are being allocated to the same school from the extended learning opportunities, for a total of 36,344. So if all schools are getting 34 to 36,000, I'm okay with that. But if some schools are getting 36,2 or some are not asking or it's not being allocated, then I'm not okay. Can you please clarify that?
So I would like to clarify that for the Extended Learning Opportunity Program, the focus is the unduplicated pupils. So from that perspective, our team has rosters and they are matching the students so that are receiving those services. So there is a lot more to come There is an effort. We will be bringing, a modified, expenditure plan that will outline, many more of those services. And, the data would also be provided, on a regular basis.
I would like, if the board is in agreement, like to see how much allocation has been given to each school. I understand it's very duplicated. Again, I'm just, focusing on the equity of this, and because we have a history in the district of you either use it or lose it. I just wouldn't want to see this, well, we have all these monies that must be spent by a certain time, and some schools are more on top of funding than others, and this is not to fault anyone, but I just want to ensure that if some schools really need to get on the bandwagon to really start looking at, and everything's following specific requirements, so I just want to ensure equity in that. Yeah.
And some schools have maybe been a little bit sooner to get some of these services, but we're still considering there's other services that they're being considered. We have one school was interested in bringing some different types of arts in the after school program. We've got a site that's being considered different type of sporting activities that would happen after school. So at this time, there may still be some that are sooner. Other schools will be receiving additional revenues to complete their program, as there's some individuality to those programs. Do you want to respond as well?
Just a little bit, Ms. Bella, Maya, and Ms. Castaneda have met with all the elementary principals and walked them through how to do this process. We are at different stages. Some programs, like for example, like McGee after 3, that was an established program that we could just say, okay, we can fund it now through the LOP. Rio Vista is also developing the programs, but more are coming. In terms of equity, we made sure that all elementary schools and the middle schools have access to Think Together. That's also coming through LOP. And I think one of the other programs that we're looking in terms of the learning loss and supporting our kids academically is having a contract with Tutor Zone that will be forthcoming, and that will be for all schools. So I think you're seeing a trickling in at different times of sites, but we're working with our principals to make sure that it's an equitable distribution of the funds.
I think I had that same question at the last meeting when there were some items, and that's what was said. That was what was disseminated, but it's good to continue to ask those questions because equity is very important. I know that it is individualized per school site, but I'm wondering if maybe this could be embedded in the SIPSA, because if the SIPSA is a strategic plan for the school, if the services could be embedded in there. And it also serves for the parents to see how the monies are being spent and who it's servicing. So it's a possible suggestion. If it could be done, that would be great. And yeah, and I'm okay with receiving, I think, and by a show of thumbs up, if the rest of the board will be receiving, like when it's available, just how the funds are being used. I know that there's always a report that's always due as well for compliance, but I would be amenable to having that report as well. With that, is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing that, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 18A, Superintendent's Office. Business action items, adopt resolution number 2024 in recognition of the 60th year anniversary of El Rancho Unified School District. Dr. Villegas.
Yes, so thank you so much. What an appropriate resolution to have today. Because as we, hear the word history and legacy, we talked about, what a legacy El Rancho has and how significant it's been. And to know that we had our 60th anniversary. And, it was established in 1962. So just last year it was their 60th. So we didn't get a chance to have a resolution, but it's never too late. And we want to make sure that we recognize a real important benchmark in the history of El Rancho Unified School District. And you hear the love and the all the legacy and history that this school has. And so we're really proud to make this happen. And I think it's very important that we do have this resolution. So I'd like to read it, if it's okay. Whereas El Rancho Unified School District was established in January 1962 with a mission to provide high-quality education to students in the community. And whereas the El Rancho Unified School District has been steadfast in its commitment to academic excellence, student success, and community engagement for the past 60 years. And whereas El Rancho Unified School District has continuously evolved to meet the changing needs of its students and the community it serves. And whereas the district has consistently demonstrated dedication and nurturing to intellectual, social, and emotional growth of its students. And whereas the district has been a source of inspiration, learning, and opportunity for generations of students, parents, and educators. And whereas the 60th year anniversary of El Rancho Unified School District represents a significant milestone and provides an opportunity to celebrate the district's enduring legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Rancho Unified School District Board of Education that 1, the El Rancho Unified School District recognizes and celebrates its 60th year anniversary, marking a rich history of education, community, and excellence. 2, the district extends its appreciation and gratitude to all dedicated educators, staff, students, parents, and community members who have contributed to the successes and growth of the El Rancho Unified School District for the past 60 years. The Board of Education encourages that El Rancho Unified School District community to join in the commemorating of this important milestone through events, programs, and initiatives throughout this year. Adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Board of Education in Pico Rivera, California, by resolution number 2024 on the 7th day of November 2023. So it really, just love the idea of commemorating the history of it. And what an appropriate time, 60 years of so much success that's happened. So everyone, I want to thank for the opportunity to read that, and I'm really hoping that we can adopt it.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. Is there a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Contreras, seconded by Dr. Marino. All in favor say aye. Aye. Yay, congratulations again. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 18A2, adopt resolution number 24, 2023-2024 for the approval of the 2023 Hall of Fame inductees. And we're so sorry for keeping you so late.
He wanted to.
No, it is an honor to be able to read the resolution for the Hall of Fame. This is something that has been mentioned is overdue. And for whatever reason, it should have never stopped. And we're glad, I'm glad to be part of, an honor to be part of the process to bring it back and reestablish it as an alumni and as the principal of the high school. I'm truly honored. Whereas the El Rancho High School Hall of Fame was established in 1982 to honor and celebrate alumni who have achieved remarkable success in their careers, accomplished personal milestones, or made significant contributions to society. And whereas the Hall of Fame program specifically recognizes alumni who graduated more than 15 years ago and have achieved recognition at the local, statewide, or national level. And whereas the El Rancho High School Hall of Fame Selection Committee has diligently reviewed the nomination for the 2023-2024 induction. And whereas the selection committee has recommended the following distinguished individuals for induction into the El Rancho Hall of Fame. Number 1, Franz Miller, class of 1967. The Honorable Franz Miller retired, was very active in the Orange County legal community, serving as president of the Orange County Bar Association and in his local community where he was a planning commissioner. Miller's experience includes more than 13 years of litigation and 13 years as senior staff attorney at the Court of Appeal. He taught in local law schools and as an adjunct professor for 20 years. Well, excuse me, while a student at El Rancho High School, he was a member of the 1966 football championship team. Number 2, William Martinez, class of 1986. Willow Martinez is an outstanding alumnus of El Rancho High School with a remarkable career that spanned his service as a U.S. Air Force Sergeant, CIA agent, and intelligence analyst. His contributions to the school include his role as the captain of the El Rancho High School gymnastics team, where he served as a 3-year varsity member under the leadership of Coach Bob Turner. Number 3, Kevin Perez Allen, class of 2000. Kevin Perez Allen, an El Rancho High School alumnus, rose from humble beginnings to become a distinguished communications professional. He was the first in his family to graduate from college and has been a dedicated advocate for policies, people, and organizations addressing systemic inequalities. As the Chief Communications Officer at the United States of CARE, he has played a pivotal role in shaping the organization's position as a thought leader in healthcare policy. Whereas the El Rancho High School Hall of Fame induction ceremony also recognizes and honors the following special group of 27 El Rancho High School students who lost their lives in the Vietnam War. The Don Memorial Stadium at El Rancho High School was aptly named and dedicated to commemorate their sacrifice and their enduring impact on the school. Their names read Ronald Leon Andrews, Ruben M. Armenta, Frankie Avalos Barreras III, James Albert Boda, Barry E. Brown, Arthur John Castillo, Jesus Ernest Chavez Jr., Ronald H. Chilcott, Frank John Sirigliano, Ray Glenn Desmond, Sam Joseph Bavada, George A. Juarez, Edward L. Lowe, Tim Craig Nunnally, Alfonso Olmos, Ronnie Edward Payne, Joe Ibarra Ramirez, Raymond C. Ruiz, Gilbert Solano Salazar, Thomas W. Shaw, Michael Owen Shelby, John Raymond Stalder, Ismael J. Valdez Jr., Jimmy Arianes Vasquez, Ignacio I. Villalobos, Jose E. Villanueva, and Richard Edward Withing. Now therefore, be it resolved by the El Rancho Unified School District Board of Education that the recommendations of the El Rancho High School Hall of Fame Selection Committee for the induction of the inductees are hereby approved. The El Rancho Unified School District expresses its deepest gratitude to the inductees for their outstanding contributions to our school community and to society at large. Adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Governing Board of Education in Pico Rivera, California, by resolution number 24, 2023-2024 on the 7th day of November, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Rayanaga. Is there a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Rivera, seconded by trustee Lafarga. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 18A3, adopt resolution number 25, 2023-2024, declaring that board member Arlene Perez Covarrubias was absent from the October 17, 2023 regular board meeting in accordance with Ed Code 35120. Is there a motion and a second?
I move.
Moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by trustee Hector Lafarga. I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Trustee Lafarga,
Yes.
trustee Contreras.
Yes.
Trustee Dr. Marino,
Yes.
trustee Conesco, yes.
Lawyer, abstain.
Mejia votes yes, motion carries 4 yes, 1 abstention. Okay, item number 18A4, approve the Board of Education focus areas. Dr. Diaz, would you like to speak on it?
I would, yes, thank you so much. Again, I really feel fortunate that our board has come together to really understand the importance of having a focus. And collectively, over the past several months, our Board of Education has been able to collaborate and come to terms as to what is the actual purpose and goals of our district. And so here we have 5 specific goals. And that breaks down into additional very specific metrics as to what does it look like for our schools to be successful? What does it look like for our district to really champion and say, hey, we're doing a great job? I know that there's a lot of conversation that's been talked about data. Well, that's exactly what this is about, is making sure that our data is supporting the successes that we expect from our students, our schools, and so forth. So the 5 areas are academic achievement, safe learning environment, facilities projects, family and community engagement, and fiscal solvency. And so those are, excellent areas of focus that will really, as we do them right, give us all energies to be focusing on the right things. So I thank you for that, and I'm really looking forward to us continue to be focused in these particular areas.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. I think it's really important for us to be transparent and for, again, our community and families, staff to have ownership and know where we're going, that we, they know the reason why we're doing things. With that, if there's no further discussion, go ahead.
Just one really quick comment. And that's why we really encourage, oh my gosh, public comments, because that's a lot where we came up with some of these focus areas, right? Where we hear parents, where we hear teachers and staff talk about safety or academics or, family engagement. So I think that's really, thank you. And please continue for those public comments, because that's how we as a board, as well, Dr. Vegas came up with these facts. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for that. Anything else? With that, is there a motion and a second? Moved by trustee Hector Varga, seconded by Ms. Perez Covarrubias. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 18B1, adopt resolution number 26, 2023, 2024 in support of National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
Moved by trustee Varga, seconded by Dr. Marino. Yes, or Mr. Bernardo?
We have this, so the person of the hour.
Thank you so much for this opportunity and for really highlighting the awareness for this population that doesn't always get identified. Families that are experiencing housing insecurities. So this is National Homeless Youth Awareness Month, whereas on July 11, 2007, the United States Congress established November as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. And whereas nationally, 3% of all school-aged children will experience homelessness, between 1.6 million and 2.1 million youth ages 12 to 24 are homeless over the course of a year. Nearly 1 in 3 homeless people is under the age of 18. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated challenges for students experiencing homelessness, who have been harder to contact and are more at risk of falling behind than their peers during the school closures. And whereas the El Rancho Unified School District recognizes the devastating impact COVID-19 has had on students experiencing homelessness, and are tirelessly working with districts and charters to support the vulnerable and growing population with resources and supplies, and continue to serve as partners for consultation and collaboration. And whereas the estimated rate of chronic absence for students experiencing homelessness is twice the rate for all students. 20% of homeless students repeat a grade because of frequent absences from school. Chronic absenteeism is associated with lower academic achievement and higher dropout rates. And whereas students experiencing homelessness are 87% more likely than their stably housed peers to drop out of school, homeless students face significant gaps in high school graduation rates compared to their peers and are more likely to rely on public assistance. And whereas the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act requires every local education agency to appoint a liaison for homeless education to ensure proper identification, immediate enrollment, and linkages to other educational services for which students experiencing homelessness are eligible. And whereas the El Rancho Unified School District supports ERUSD schools to empower homeless students and families through educational advocacy and support, and promotes awareness and greater support for homeless students in schools and the community. And whereas the El Rancho Unified School District recognizes that homelessness continues to be a serious problem for many students and families in the Pico Rivera community. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Rancho Unified School District hereby proclaims November as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. Be it further resolved that the El Rancho Unified School District continues to encourage citizens across the county to recognize that many students lack fixed, regular, and adequate housing, and continue to encourage collaboration efforts between school districts, charter schools, early education, and higher education systems, organizations serving homeless youth, and the community to remove barriers and enable youth experiencing homelessness to successfully participate in their education. And be it further resolved that the El Rancho Unified School District will continue to support outreach efforts to community partners for resources and other needed items in an effort to address the educational needs of homeless youth across the district. Adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Governing Board of Education, Pico Rivera, California, by resolution number 26-2023-24 on the 7th day of November, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 18C1, adopt resolution number 27-2023-2024, adopting certain findings and approving amendment number 1 to the existing energy services agreement with Pacific West Energy Solutions, Inc. Is there a motion and a second?
So second.
Moved by trustee LaFarga, seconded by Dr. Marina. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item number 19, recommendations for future agenda items. Yes. Ms. Perez Escobar. Yes.
Can we look into, the coast to coast, the DC, Washington DC conference again is, I believe, April 8th. So we can make it maybe an agenda item in the future just to see if anyone's interested, you know?
Can
you get it? Second? Okay, that's it.
Anything else?
Let's go ahead. So along the lines of our expanded learning partners that we have, we've been talking a lot about funds and things like that, but I think most would be able to provide evaluations for us. They should do it on an annual basis, maybe not just specifically to Pico Rivera, but their programs as a whole, but somehow filter down that evaluation to us. It'd be great just to get a sense of how successful the programs are in our district, and just that overall in terms of their own performance across the board, because they're large organizations that have a large footprint. So if maybe it's more informational, but if our expanded learning partners, providers can provide their evaluations when they're available.
Would that be at the end of the school year, like
They
July or-
typically they do pre and post, so the post will happen at the end of the school year, subsequent to that.
Dr. Neves, can we add that to the governance calendar?
Sure.
Yes, being a parent and, having two kids still in the district and, picking up kids or my kids or just driving around the district and seeing that back area. Even when it is lit, it's not sufficiently lit, and most of the time it's not lit. I'd like to look into if we can do a exploratory committee, or maybe see about getting some additional lighting in the parking lot, if that's possible. Because even when the two lights and the ones coming off of the new gym are lit up, it's still not sufficient. And as I'm picking up my kids at 8 o'clock at night because of practice or whatever, events they have going on, there's kids waiting for parents to pick them up in the dark along that back road. And being that we don't have a pickup area in the front, I think we need to really focus on that back area right now as the primary pickup area for our kids for the next 2 years. And in the future as well, it's always going to be a pickup area. So I'd like to see about the possibility of adding additional lighting within the parking area along that backside of the school, if possible.
One second. So this is informational on the solution.
Well,
I mean, kind of like for them to come back to the board.
no, because it's been an issue for a long time. It's always been brought up prior to me being on the board, I know I've been asking for it. But it's something that needs to get resolved. God forbid something happen, then it gets resolved, but I want to be able to avoid something drastic like that happening. And us having the capability of fixing it now, it needs to get fixed now. It definitely is a safety issue. So I want to definitely make it an action item to where we look into getting additional lighting on that backside.
Dr. Bays, can we add this as a discussion item and then it would be an action item?
Absolutely, we can do that.
I'd be okay with that.
May I make a recommendation, because I know other safety items have been brought forward, I believe with future agenda items. And we just maybe have informational items on how some of these safety concerns or areas are being addressed. That's information for parents and community. If there are other, I believe there are other safety items that have been brought forward, so along with that, so that
this one,
it's a suggestion.
this one, like, Ms. Perez Covarrubias, right? Has said, that she encourages people to come up and speak. We get phone calls, we experience, we're waiting for our kids and people come up to us and speak to us on hand as far as the lack of lighting on the backside. I've called, as you know, superintendent, as a parent, saying that there is insufficient lighting back there. I feel unsafe for my kids. I'm there and make sure I'm there for them, but my heart breaks when I see kids that are standing there alone, waiting for their parents in the dark, and it's like it's unacceptable. As a parent, as a board member, as a community member, it's unacceptable. And I've asked many of times for us to look into it, and we really haven't moved on it. And like I said, God forbid something happen, it's gonna land on me. Because I've been asked, and I've asked personally, and I've been asked by other parents for me to look into this, to please take care of it. And it's something, I know there's costs involved, I understand that. But you can't put a cost on one of our kids being hurt or being, God forbid, abducted or I don't even want to think about what happens after that. So it needs to be addressed. There's 2 years that we have construction going on. We don't have any front pickup. Well, there's minimal front pickup. So that becomes our main pickup point. And 5 o'clock now, it's dark. I think I called you yesterday, not the day before on it. When I dropped her off and when I picked her up at 8 o'clock, it is super dark. And I asked her before I left, are any of your friends gonna wait? Because I was going to wait. And I can't be there all the time, obviously, and I know it's happening. I know there's kids that are being left alone in the dark. And I know as far as my daughter's coaches, they make sure that everybody gets picked up. But unfortunately, not every sport can do that. They don't have the privilege or they can't afford that time to wait. So a lot of the kids are being left alone and God forbid something happen. We really need to address the issue. It really needs to be addressed.
Yeah, that's what we said. Discussion. Can we have it for the next meeting? Dr. Villegas said.
Good thing.
I'm gonna ask about the tennis courts. Do the lights turn on? Would that help a little bit? But you don't have to answer right now. I'm just thinking about that.
That's why I recommended there are other concerns that have been brought forward, maybe get an update, because this is serious. I hear you.
As far as the tennis courts, that has been brought up and it has been done in the past. The tennis courts light up the tennis courts themselves. It doesn't really provide light or filter out into the street. And the sidewalk, the sidewalk area is where those lights, I even brought it up with the city as far as the sidewalk lights. Those sidewalk lights, which are city lights, provide lighting to the street area, but not there, it's insufficient. It's insufficient to where you have kids sitting down on the curb area, you have kids that are sitting down against the fence which is right now, the blue fence, that's because of the construction. And they're waiting for their parents or whoever's gonna pick them up in the dark, and it's very dangerous for them. So something needs to be done.
So, discussion item for the next meeting, Dr. Davis.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to number 20, adjournment. Is there a motion in this?
Motion.
Moved by Dr. Reyes, seconded by Trustee Perez Covarrubias.
Now, we all know it.
Covarrubias.
So,
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Feliz Día de Gracias, everybody.